Commissioners of Carroll County to order. We begin our meeting, as we have for many, many years, with the pledge to the flag and observe a moment of silence in memory of those who have gone before us to make our country great as it is. It's strictly optional. Mr. Barnhart.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. You all may be seated now. Do we have any hearings for first time? We do not. All right, we will proceed. You all received the minutes of the previous meeting. Are there any corrections or additions?
No.
Hearing none, they stand approved as presented. First item of business is the City of Westminster letters for wine stroll, beer and barbecue, oyster stroll, Celtic canner, and a toast to Italy to be held with a state festival permit. Those letters are all attached, I assume. Mr. Vogel, Bex, that's Sykesville.
Do we have this one? Abby Gruber, Director, Westminster City Recreation.
I'm all fingers.
Oh, she got,
What are we looking for?
great.
Joe Hanson's. Mr. Dixon, you say there's a letter here from,
I see 3 letters from Abby Gruber, Director, Westminster City Recreation.
I don't see any of that.
I don't see any of them either.
You just pass them down
All right.
Joe Hanson's and the Vogel,
Yeah, they're not in
See
there.
Jeannie Bird,
and the
Johansson's,
two from Patapsco.
Yeah, they're not in- they're not in.
yeah, down there in Sykesville. Tapsco Distillery and is Divine in on that?
These are all,
You see the letters, and each letter has a map behind it, and that's
Yeah,
where they're gonna hold these events.
these are all ongoing annual events
Yes.
that have been ongoing for several years or longer.
You're talking about these?
Yes,
And these are all for the city of Westminster, this is what they want.
yes, and they're gonna get a state permit,
Right.
so this is just
This is just
a
a heads up.
FYI, so
Yeah.
you know about it, so you can approve Johansson's, Jeannie Bird's.
Joining the stroll, is what you're saying? Yeah, okay.
Collision course,
Business course, yes.
I didn't see, do we have a letter from Collision Course?
It should be in there, yes. It should be in your packet.
Must have missed it.
I don't see it either.
I have Jeannie Bird,
Joe Hanson's,
Johansson's,
Here's collision course.
and an email from Keith. Oh, and then we have Sykesville, we have some Sykesville stuff, that's,
you want to see collision course?
they've done it before.
All of them,
This is Bush and Sullivan.
all of them have.
I have no objection.
I don't either.
Okay, and you've got a couple of letters attached from Sykesville, Maine on Vine, E.W. Beck's.
The letter from Vine on Main and Festive Discovery, only thing different from that is previous years, they want to do a Thursday night event also. So they want to do Thursday, Friday, and Saturday night have music in that little courtyard parking pad. You are approved for Friday and Saturday nights.
Right.
Yes, I just want to add Thursday.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very popular event down there and is well attended, and I have no objection. They always handle it well, I think. Plus, there's always a law enforcement presence.
I don't see 'em. These
Talking
are all-
about the
Yeah, we got.
Vine?
that's in
You got
the
that?
packet.
I don't have any objections to that either.
All those events are ongoing events,
Yeah.
whether they're Sykesville or whether they're Westminster. Been happening for years with no problems that I can recall, and particularly Sykesville is pretty well established as far as perimeters goes, and it's kind of a big block party in Sykesville. Same thing in Westminster from, Center Street or wherever they block it off
Yes,
to the
sometimes it's from Center to Longwell, sometimes it's from,
festival it is.
yeah, Center just to 27, sometimes all the way to John Street.
So we have no objections to those, gentlemen, am I correct?
Correct.
Correct.
Ms. Beth, what am I missing on the business agenda?
You're missing the 1 days, you should have 3 1 days that Bethany needs to pass down to you guys.
Mother's Day Run,
Yes.
Whiskey and Chocolate, and Fall Fest.
Where'd you get that information? Oh, I see it, okay.
Yeah.
Number 2.
The Mother's Day runs, it's the second year it's happened at Wakefield Valley. The whiskey and chocolate pairing, that's happened different locations, but it's like the 5th year of doing it. It helped, at the same time, Celtic Cantor,
Oh,
Fall Fest,
I'm sorry, what is it for again?
whiskey and chocolate pairing.
Yeah, it's for,
It's happened in the past at different locations.
right. And it supports who?
And this time it's gonna be doing Celtic Cantor.
Oh, during the Celtic Cancer.
Yeah.
You haven't had any problems with it, right?
Gentlemen, I'm told that we need to take a 2-minute break.
Okay.
Okay, we're back in session. Where we left off We have no objections to the
No, not-
Westminster applications or Sykesville applications. In a moment, we're looking at the one-day apps. Is that correct? Do you have any objections? They're all three from the city of Westminster.
No objection.
No objection.
No objections. Okay, the next collision course, we already approved. Johansson, we approved. Letters from Vinyl, Maine.
With the Genie Bird.
Gina Bird, we approved. They have a letter.
Yeah, they do have a letter.
We approved all the applications for strolls and so forth in the city of Westminster and what has been proposed for Sykesville and the 3 one-day permits by Westminster City. Anything else?
I'd just like to note, we're going to be working on renewal packets this week, and we should be able to start delivering the renewal packets next week. So everybody should have the renewal packet in March sometime. No,
That's one point of clarification. On this agenda, we have, the first thing is City of Westminster letters for the wine stroll, beer and barbecue, oyster stroll, et cetera, et cetera.
right.
And then below that are one-day applications for Mother's Run, whiskey, chocolate pairing, Fall Fest, et cetera.
Correct.
That's also the City of Westminster, that's not a nonprofit besides Westminster,
Nope,
right?
that's all City of Westminster.
Okay, thanks.
So according to that, according to my official business agenda, we're through with that.
That is correct.
Okay. And your renewal packs, you said you were getting ready to distribute?
We're going to be putting them together tomorrow and Friday, and hopefully start distributing next week. So we will go in and hand deliver the renewal package to every business in Carroll County. As liquor
Anything
license.
different from last year in our packets?
The biggest change is for class restaurants and is adding, we're going to requirement a printed copy of the end of the year statement. Alcohol versus food sales.
Okay,
So in the past, they would just write it in. They still have to fill that form out, but then we want a copy of the end of the year report.
that's still under oath?
Yes. No, that one's not notarized. No, that's not notarized.
No, I didn't say notarized, under oath.
Under-
Under penalties of perjury,
I
foregoing.
don't think it says that.
I think it should.
Okay.
I think it did in the past.
Okay. I don't recall the exact form. I'll look.
Okay.
I'll have an answer this afternoon.
Yeah, I mean, it's not, they haven't gone out right.
No, they're sitting a stack on the table that we need to put together. Every establishment gets a hard copy that they have to fill in, and we return us wet copies and notaries. So we haven't figured out an electronic way to do that yet. So
What, to notarize, have a document notarized electronically? Well, I know there's a way, because I was doing it for a while with real estate, but it's a special system.
One thing I would like to get out there is traditionally, when I do a compliance check, we would actually mail the letter to whoever I did the compliance check, the store or the restaurant. What we've decided to do is now I'm doing it electronically. I'm emailing them. It saves me time, saves Beth time, and also saves the county money with stamps and envelopes and things. So when I'm done my compliance check, I will send a letter out the next day saying that they successfully passed. Nothing has changed other than the delivery system.
I mean, you send out an email the next day.
Yes, sir.
the
That has,
attaboy letter.
that has the letter attached.
Oh, okay. Do we have, in our system, our county system, do we have a notification that an email has been read by the intended recipient?
They can, he can set up, it can say that.
And during my visits, I'm doing inspections now, I'm explaining to them that it's coming via email. Several places that I've gone to have read the emails, they see the email, some people respond back, but I'll make sure that that's attached. But it's just, it's a lot of wasted time trying to get that stuff together, so we're just gonna streamline it and do it this way.
I think it's a good idea.
You say a lot of wasted time. It's a form letter anyway.
Well, it's a form letter, but then the envelopes, the stamps, the mail
Do you do
versus,
that, or does somebody else do it?
I'm doing it.
Okay.
Plus, the mail system has not been too dependable lately.
Yes, sir.
How much time do you spend of the allotted hours on underage checks versus administrative duties?
Oh.
Such as you just mentioned.
Administrative duties is maybe an hour. The rest of the check,
When I say administrative duties, I'm talking about when you do checks, not underage checks.
You mean
Fill out that-
inspections?
You fill out that 8.5 by 11 sheet that's got about 10 checks that you put on.
yes, sir.
That's an inspection
How
sheet.
much time do you spend versus
They're about a half an hour for a check.
total? How much total time do you spend? You get what, 15 hours a week, 20
Yes,
hours
sir.
a week? How many of those 20 hours you spend on underage checks versus the other checks?
I would say 6 hours. And that brings up
Hours for what?
compliance checks.
So it's almost 50/50?
And when's the last time you were out?
The 9th,
How often do you try to go out?
at least once every 2 weeks. It's not me, it's the volunteers, trying to get the volunteers set up that they can actually go out. Because sometimes they'll call me and cancel because they get called into work or things like that. But usually when I do it, I can do 15 to 20.
In a night?
Yes, sir.
So are the establishments still getting checked twice a year?
Some last year had gotten checked 3 times.
Okay, really?
Yes, sir. And that's another thing when Keith and I were talking about. When we look at these waves, in the past, some of the people that work for Keith weren't able to do one full wave in a year. And this year, I'm looking probably 2.5 to 3 waves. So when we go back to look and see how many in the last, because we always use this to say the last 5 years they've been checked this many times. And we make our decision from that. But if we go off the waves now, it could be 3 times in 1 year.
Okay.
So that's just something to keep in mind for the future.
Are you in need of more volunteers?
No, sir. No, it's just trying to plan, and then if somebody says they're going to do it on Wednesday, I don't have a backup. Maybe I should try and do that, but I don't want to put the kids out either, because, I mean, you're looking at young adults that I'm using, and, if they cancel on me, they cancel on me.
How many do you have?
2 very good ones, and then 2 other ones that I can get to once in a while. But the 2 good ones I have, I mean, there's sometimes I think I could do it weekly, and, but that would bring us 3 to 4 waves a year, which I have no problem with. Bottom line is, what I would really like, because I'm out there enough that, and talking to them, I just want them to card. If I go through a wave and I don't have any violations, to me, I feel that I've done my job. And I've been doing this, and then 2 weeks ago when I went out, I had 2 violations. And that was lack of training on the store side, the restaurant side.
How many, when you check either way? I know we just had one last month and so forth. When you check for alcohol awareness certificates of somebody being on duty,
That's part of my inspection, but the duty part is, I won't know because I don't enter the store. If they successfully pass the compliance check, I never go into the store. We just move on to the next store. The only time I ever find that is when there's a violation.
I think we discussed that recently about whether you want to do it that way or a different way, and I don't think we came to
No,
a
I was
resolution.
I'm,
Killing time.
Another problem we're finding with tobacco, the health department got money to do tobacco checks. They pay their volunteers cash. So a kid who wants to volunteer, get some hours, would go out with tobacco instead of going out with us,
Well,
because
that's how you're gonna attract volunteers, that's for sure.
they pay them cash, and
Out when they leave the car. An hour. If I was 20, I would do it.
Maybe we should have that come out of the inspector's pockets.
Oh, I've lost several 20s, because I give them a $20 bill to go in and make the purchase, and at the end of the night, Keith always warned me that, make sure you get your money back.
yeah, and tobacco has so much money that they can actually go out and check every tobacco establishment twice a month.
Wow.
oh, well. Why do you have to check tobacco as well as cannabis?
We're never check cannabis. Cannabis is a state agency, and they have their state inspectors. We never see cannabis.
Pulling everything off they can on the other jurisdictions when their money gets tight.
Right.
They always do.
Well, down the road, you might see it, but right now, the state's making money by doing the checks and taxing them, so.
Well, it's the same way with tobacco. Bill just put it out there. Well, you did too, where they pay the volunteers, they got money to pay it from grants and so on and so forth. When this legislature, it'd be very interesting to see what their final budget's gonna be. Either they're speaking untruthfully, where we'll see where they cut everything that they pretend to be cutting.
And also, I don't know much about it, but I know there's a state law they're looking to, providing grocery stores have beer and wine via sell in grocery stores. So, only good thing about that rule is they would, a grocery store who wants a license has to buy a county license from an establishment or that has a license,
I mean, under the state law that's proposed.
underneath the state proposed law. I don't know if I gave you the date, but our annual alcohol retailer seminar is June 4th.
What day is that
I
on?
thought you changed it. I thought it was the 17th.
No, the seminar.
That's what I'm talking about.
Oh, maybe I have the wrong date.
June. I have the 17th on my,
And then I gave you,
found
I gave you guys the wrong,
It's on the 17th, what day
on the
is that?
17th, I gave you guys the wrong date.
so it is the 17th.
It is the 17th. I don't know where I came up with June 4th.
Is that a Thursday or
That's a Wednesday.
Wednesday.
Wednesday?
It's Wednesday after our meeting.
Yes.
And it's gonna be at the Whatchmadoodle on
It's gonna
30th.
be at the Carroll County Fire Training Center, right next to the college, on Kate Wagner Road.
You're having Genie Bird donuts?
I have talked to Bernie about that. The seminar, catering the seminar? Yes. We preliminarily we talked about, but.
What is the location again?
So,
Carroll County Fire Training Center,
Fire Training Center.
sign.
Fire Training Center.
Our next meeting is here on March the 11th. Keith, did you tell me somebody turned in their license within the past month? No? Not a restaurant license, a D or something like that, no?
No, not that.
Wasn't Mason Green, right?
Mason Green closed, but that's been several months. Rite Aid closed, that's been several
I don't
months.
know, this was a tea shop or something, I thought, for want of a better word. It may have been something, it's closed a couple months ago or something.
Okay, I'm,
Gotta be Mason Green. Looks like a tea shop.
What's the, we still got a couple minutes here, what's the status of the, across from Liberatories?
the Westminster Tap House,
Yeah,
they're still in the construction phase. He posted something on Facebook last week, they're installing the bar area, so they should be a month or two probably.
well, if you remember, we put it,
I know.
they're not open in 6 months, they gotta come back.
I'm gonna advise them, and that was November?
It's been several months ago.
Yeah.
I just happened to think I didn't turn my phone off. Mr. Dixon would admonish me if it rang. 10:27, okay. George, you may have to help me get this thing back on now. So how many total licenses on the pack you got to renew?
174.
174.
Yep. The goal is to try to get them all out by end of February,
And they're due back what?
April 1st.
April 1st. And fines start April 10th or something, right?
Yep.
Do we change the fines?
No, it's $50 a day after April 1st. April 10th, we don't accept them after that. They have to have a hearing in front of you guys to accept them. And then April 20th is they have to have the taxes paid.
That what?
Taxes, all their taxes, everything cleared through the state and county before we can release because May 1st is a new year.
And how do we check that compliance?
We get a printout from the comptroller's office and the county collections office. It tells us who we have holds on it.
So we expect them to contact us, we don't contact them?
Now, we do contact the county, we give them a list of all the establishments, and then they go through and the state, they send the letters out. They've actually already sent the letters out, they just haven't sent us the total who all owes.
Got 1 minute.
Oh, you got her set up everywhere. That's a good picture, grandfather.
Uh-huh.
Good Lord. How old's that boy? A year?
9 months.
9 months?
Got a big head, doesn't he?
I would pay attention to his head. He's just a big boy.
I lost it. There you go.
His shoulders. Good heavens. All right, Mr. Dixon, we can, by the time you get done reading and calling and so on and so forth, would you please call case 6596, please?
All right, case 6596, an application for a new Class D beer and wine license to be issued to Ashley and James Bertino for the use of Double Barrel LLC, trading as Double Barrel Tasting Room, 73 West Main Street, Westminster, Maryland, 21157, in Election District 7. In the file of this matter, we have the following documents. Notice of public hearing for this case. I guess January 23rd and 30th, 2026. There is a response to various state and local agencies from Bethany Henderson. There's one to Andrea Gerhard, Community Planning and Development, City of Westminster, and it's dated February 9th, 2026, and no box was checked. There's another one from Lisa Staley, Health Department, or another one from Belinda Gassell, Collections Office. And the box is checked, the above referenced establishment does not meet the requirements of this office. Signed, Belinda Gassell, Collections Manager. There's another one from Lisa Staley, Health Department. And the box is checked, this establishment does not meet the requirements of this office. See the attached memorandum. There's a January 27th, 2026 letter from Bethany Henderson to Ashley and James Rotino. And then there's the application, and the application includes character references, criminal background information, MVA records, a lease agreement, a menu, training certificates, articles of incorporation, floor plan, plat plan, other licensed establishments. I would ask that the file be entered into evidence.
We'll accept that in evidence. At this time, I would ask all those who intend to testify, please stand, raise your right hands, and be sworn in by Ms. Bethany.
Do you swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Thank you. All may be seated. When you speak for the first time, for the record, please state your full name and your address. It can be your home address or business address, either one. And please spell your last names. With that, who is going to present the application?
I was going to let you do most of the talking this time, since I did it last time.
My name is James Rotino, last name is R-A-T-I-N-O. Home address is 1698 Bower Sox Road, New Windsor, Maryland, 21776.
I'm Ashley Rotino, it's R-A-T-I-N-O, and it's the same address, 1698 Bower Sox Road, New Windsor, Maryland, 21776.
So tell us what you are requesting and what you all are going to do.
So we're looking for a Class D liquor license to do wine tastings, particularly non-alcoholic beverages, some craft beers as well, at the 73 West Main Street location. The intent is to fill a niche for a luxury wine location, to help get people to experience wines from the local area as well as from abroad, looking to have a little bit more of an upscale feel to it, to help get foot traffic down to Main Street.
And as we talked about last time, we will have the automated pouring system. We brought Desiree again, the representative, if you guys have any questions for her today.
It might, might save some time, Ms. Desiree, if you would just come up here and identify yourself, so. I don't know much about wine, so I might ask some stupid questions. So.
Well, hello, I'm Desiree Schaefer, and I work for Napa Technology. So I'm here just to support the equipment, and then I do have a very vast background in importing wine, so I can help you through that as well.
Thank you. Tell us a little bit, excuse me, tell us a little bit how the operation's gonna work. You come in the door, what's gonna happen, and from there, blah, blah. Somebody.
So when individuals decide they want to come into the establishment, they're going to need to walk up to, it'll typically be myself or my wife Ashley here, which will be over at the bar area. We'll need to get them checked in with confirming that their ID is legal. We're not going to accept vertical IDs, at which point they'll be issued like an RFID card type system, which will then allow them to operate the systems. And I'll kind of kick that over to Desiree for the more technical aspect.
I'm sorry, can I stop you? What kind of card again?
It's going to be similar, what was it?
It's called an RFD, is that what
A
it said?
PIN, I'm sorry.
Yeah, so we have options like we discussed last time. We have that RFID card, which is a
RFID,
plastic
okay.
card, or a safer version is a PIN,
Right.
which goes directly to the person's email, and then or cell phone that they give, and then that's sent to them.
Right, and I thought the last time you were here, there was discussion about which option you were going to go with. Have you decided which way you want to go?
We were I was assuming we were leaning onto what you guys felt was best for the area and the county. So they're good with each one, so whatever you guys kind of feel better, they want to make this a group decision.
Yeah, especially since it's new.
If I come in there with one of these,
What's that?
yeah, what's that? Okay.
It's a phone.
The phone.
It's a flip phone for an old man.
Ah,
But you don't drink.
Yes, I do. What are you gonna do for me?
so that's a very good question. So if they decide that they want to go through a PIN, which is a little bit more secure, they would definitely have to have a secondary safeguard, and that would be they would have a reader on site, and they would create a tasting card for you if you didn't have the accessibility of getting an email to your phone. So.
So both options are going to be available to the licensee
Yep.
for a customer.
Yep. But, if you guys feel more comfortable with this, the more secure with the PIN number going to their email or to their text message, they can use that as their first line of processing. And then the second, a great example, flip phone.
Yeah.
And by the way, flip phones are coming back. So we can just provide a card reader. It plugs right into their tablet, and they can produce the card right then and there.
What does the card look like?
Like a hotel room key,
Yeah?
just like that.
They're issued one, a physical?
Yep, a physical, yep.
Okay.
One-time use, and then once it's done and it's cashed out, you can't use it again. And as we discussed before, even with the PIN and the card, they can decide along with this committee if they want to do a 2-hour window, a 1-hour window, so that card only activates. So it's not for an entire day. It's for like the time duration of their visit. So that's another process that, we would kindly like to discuss with you guys, if it would be an hour and a half, if it would be 2 hours, if an hour and a half would be standard. Once you've met that and the ladies are having a great time, and that they would go back up and issue another hour and a half.
Right, so that, in addition to a decision on the application, that's another decision that you would like the board to discuss with you?
Yes, absolutely.
So you're talking about an hour time limit. How about drink limit during that hour or hour and a half or whatever?
We always suggest 2 drinks per visit. That's our company policy. Again, we suggest and we help guide them through making that process for their business and restaurant. But that's something that, again, with the committee, we can kind of discuss as a group. But we traditionally, 2 drinks at a sitting with dinner is appropriate, and they're not going to be staying out late, so they're not going to condone an all-you-can-drink card for an hour and a half.
Yeah.
So our base is 2 drinks per hour. Per hour and a half. That's usually for when you sit down, order, eat, and check out.
Sounds reasonable?
So you're gonna be able to set the time as well as the drink limit?
Yes, absolutely. And then just another extra information on that. So if they decide they want, and it can all be by ounces as well. So if you have a lady that they have 7 wines and they want to try each one, and it's a half an ounce, that it will total the amount of, if they decide 5-ounce pour is their traditional 5-ounce pour of a glass of wine, so you get 10 ounces. So it breaks it down that way as well.
Okay.
So let me just ask you a question. So this is for, when you say a tasting room,
Yep.
these are not going to be full 6-ounce pours?
Well, for most parts, like if you've been to some wineries and beer tastings, sometimes you can go up and you can get a half an ounce to taste it. And if you like it, then you can get a full glass.
So you'll be able to request how many ounces, like if you want
Yep.
a 1-ounce tasting?
Yeah, so the machines will be programmed. So there'll be a button for a half-ounce pour for a taste. Then you can also, again, we can change that, but the standard is a half-ounce pour. And then a tasting would be 2.5 ounces for just a tasting, and then a traditional full glass. And then we do have some processes where people want to purchase a full carafe, which is 2 glasses of wine if you're splitting during a dinner.
Right. Are these going to be on the wall?
Yes.
Okay, so similar to this picture?
Yep. And I did make copies for you guys, because I know the last time I gave you a huge book. So if you want, I can pass those up. It can just give you, we have a classic version and a sommelier version. The difference is the screens. But if you want, I can, do you guys want any of these?
Sure. Okay.
You mentioned carafe, how about bottles? Can you buy a bottle? You mentioned imported wines.
We talked about bottle sales just being for, like, after they consume on site, they can take a bottle of what they like to go.
We kind of discussed the grab-and-go market where we can, they can decide to talk to different, if it's cheeses, chocolates, anything in a grab-and-go market locally in Westminster, so they can pull for that and support each other, and that would be something that they can purchase on the way out or after the evening. But no, you would not be able to purchase a bottle of wine and then open it on site.
So you're going to do facial recognition, right, on this?
With clear integrations from the airport, yes.
Okay, how about fingerprint recognition? Is that something you might decide to do?
We haven't, the Amazon Palm Reader that we've also partnered with, they do your palm. So it's similar to fingerprint. So if somebody doesn't feel comfortable, they can buy a system for an Amazon Palm and it reads your palm.
I was
instead of a
kind of curious
fingerprint.
about how the public would feel about the information that you would be obtaining and maintaining. So I asked a couple people how they felt about it, and I got a lot of negativity about the maintaining of the information.
We don't have to do it that way. That's why we talked about the PIN number, and we could just do it that way. That would be the preferred method, because it's like second security, so it is more strict than the initial, but not as strict as facial recognition. But we mentioned the facial recognition in case you guys were uncomfortable with the PIN system.
Right.
As like something more secure.
Yeah, we have a ton of options. I do stuff across the United States, internationally, so everybody in different states have different policies. So we really have to have a toolbox coming to the table, and that's where we sit down. For Westminster, it's a historical, beautiful town, so I don't necessarily think everybody may be ready for that clear at the airports. So that's why the PIN, I think, would be the next best. And again, a Pin to your phone. That's why I'm not sure. Some people might like that tangible card with their great logo and Westminster on it. So,
Okay.
Yep.
What age bracket does your research show for this, from X to X,
Age bracket for Napa Technology?
for customers?
Oh, it depends. Most of my sales are restaurants, wineries, and hotels. So, for example, I have all the elements across the United States. Those demographics are a little bit younger. because it's more of the kitschy kind of younger hotel. But we do the residents in the Global Marriotts, and that's where we always encourage a host. So we never want to put a self-serve wall up and say, have at it. So that's why when I met with, these two, they're going to be very hands-on and very helpful. So the demographics, I feel, will be okay for the age range. So it just really depends. I mean, you're looking at, what, a wide variety of anybody 21 and up, correct? Yeah.
Oh, what I'm getting at is your base, 30 to 45, 25 to 40, or what? Have you done any marketing statistics for this type of operation in Carroll County?
We did a social media post and it got over 13,000 views within 2 days. People were really excited about it from here all the way into Baltimore County.
But is there any way you can tell what their ages were?
On Facebook, you can get that level of information, but we're not quite at that level of a business setup on that level of a platform yet. We haven't invested in that. What I would typically expect to see would probably be individuals probably in their mid to late 20s at the younger side, and then up into their younger 60s would probably be typically what I would expect to see through there. People looking for a higher quality of wine, not looking for the more cheap off-the-shelf options that are looking for that craft experience.
On Facebook, the largest demographic was in the 30s and 40s.
Yeah, the reason I, excuse me, the reason I asked that is these systems and so forth that you're setting up, I would think you would want to kind of have them geared to 60, 70% of your customers or something. That's why I asked that. You get an old guy like me, hell, I get frustrated when I pay with a credit card in a restaurant somewhere where they got it sitting on the table.
Yeah, I definitely, when we get to this point and we start talking about the full process of the property and what their goals and their demographics are, that's when we really, okay, how would you handle handicap? How would you handle children? So that's really when we deep dive and they'll start making decisions and I'll make them suggestions. I also do wine programs, and we're about to launch them at all the Brightview Senior Livings across, East Coast. There's over 63 properties. Theirs is a little different. They're doing keg dispensing with wine, but it's still with the tap and still the technology. So technology is definitely growing. It's definitely throwing curveballs and questions, and it's all about just absorbing, learning, and taking every experience and just making better decisions and applying them.
Is your company have their technology in the Marriott at Camden Yards?
Not yet. I actually just did an installation at Nats Park. There'll be, again, this is not bottle systems, it's draft systems. I do both. I just did an install for 30 wine lines at Nats Park this past weekend. So slowly but growing. I have a couple different hotels in downtown DC.
Well, they have a system in the Camden Yard Marriott. I didn't know if it was yours or not.
Nope, that's not ours. Nope.
Okay.
Yeah, there are, I think, 3 different brands. So that would be my competitor brand, and thank you for telling me that.
And I'm sure you got a menu here, but give me a highlight of what kind of food you're gonna serve.
So it's gonna be like a luxury lunchbox style, so you could order different types, whether it be a basic, but it's kind of like a charcuterie board, or a Greek box, or Mediterranean, but each box would have, everything's prepackaged. So it would be like prepackaged 1 or 2 cheeses, a whole roll of chorizo or salami, and then it would have honey or some sort of cracker, and then a type of nut that would go with the theme. So, and people seem pretty excited about that. Sounds yummy. And then we'd give that to the customer.
You're currently in the renovation now, yes?
Yes.
Can you tell us what it's going to look like inside? Is it going to be bright? Is it going to be subtle? Is it going to be warm? Is it going to have a theme? I have the floor plan, and I just want to put this together in my head. What do you want to do?
We're hoping for a more upscale vibe. So as you come in, There will be a lot of wood tones, there will be a lot of marble. We've thought about a lot on the right side. There will be the bar there, and that, again, will be a white marble bar. And then on the wall, there would be, we've looked at a couple like artistic pieces to kind of hold wine bottles there just as decor or more glasses. But then you'd go back through, and then there'd be another room. That room would be for classes. It would be if people wanted to rent for a larger group, that room specifically would have television, it would have pictures of wineries around the world where we would be importing from, or relationships of local wineries on it.
And that room is at the very back
Yes.
of your
Yep.
space.
And that would also be a large wooden table.
You're on the left side, right? Of the building?
Right.
Right. If you're staring at it, it's on the right
There, okay.
So we'd be on the parking lot side of that.
corner.
Okay. I did put the sign on the right side. Good guess.
So, there are a lot of questions that you're asking the board to give you guidance on, tours and cards and identification, these kind of things. That may not happen today, because, you know, the first thing we're considering is your application. But then you wanted us to provide some extra guidance. So my question is, when is your expected date of completion for all your permits and everything else?
Oh, man.
So right now, the building is shelled out, so we're working with the landlord, so they are gonna produce it to a white box setting for us. So right now, it is studs, that's kinda it. We have agreed upon for the white box setting, forgive me if I go into too basic level that you guys understand all this, they're gonna end up installing all the electric, the lighting, the drywall, and then when they get to that point, they're walking away, and it's time for us to come in with paint, flooring, and everything else.
Okay, so that's where it is now, white box.
Not yet.
Oh, it's not even there?
Waited
We're
for this
waiting-
meeting.
Down to the studs?
They're
It's-
waiting for you to say, yes, this is okay. And once you say yes, then they will start. So they would prefer this meeting, a decision be made so that they could start. And that's why we came last time, to kind of
Right.
give the.
Yeah, so, in my mind, at least, I'm separating the application, the approval or not approval, maybe from the extra questions that you wanted some guidance on, because that wouldn't necessarily be needed until for a few months, maybe?
Yes, sir. So in my mind, construction is actually the industry that I work in. It's probably going to take about 6 weeks or so for them to complete the white box construction. During that time, because that whole process is permitted, we will be then filling out the supplementary permitting to get it to the final use and occupancy access.
So is there a point in time where, in case we don't decide today about, for instance, the window that your customers can use, or if we don't decide today how many drinks per limit, that kind of thing, although I guess we could.
We could.
Well, you know, we do have another hearing at 11:15. You could come back, is that a possibility to come back and flesh that out, Mr. Dixon?
Well, I think we ought to at least decide whether they're gonna get the license today.
I understand that.
There's other things.
I'm talking about the other stuff.
Yeah, they can come back for another time for that.
Our goal would be hopefully to be open late April, early May. That was the picture in our head. If that cannot be accommodated, then we can.
Early May, you said? Early May? Okay. You may have answered this, but is there a built-in logarithm that cuts the customer off?
Yeah, it's in the software, yep.
It's in the
Everything's-
software.
Yep, everything is programmed within the software.
So at what ounce is that logarithm say, hey, you have no more?
So that's
left.
programmed within installation, so again, when we all agree on all of the
many
things,
ounces?
it programs everything in, and once that card shuts down and that card is null and void. So yep, it's all safeguarded within. And then again, we still have other safeguards for opening and closing. So if they have a license that they're allowed to serve at 10 a.m. to 9 p.m., that system also is safeguarded, so there's no overriding it.
And you're having beer also, right? Through the same system?
No,
No?
Be separate.
that would be
Separate.
separate.
That would be
That's bottled?
traditional.
That's
method.
Yeah, it's bottled.
Is there any reason why you wouldn't have beer through the same system? I know they have those.
Yeah, I mean, I would love for them to buy the beer system, but they're just not there yet. So
Maybe later they will.
that's the plan. So we wanted to start thoughtfully with wine. And again, the exciting part about the technology is, like I was explaining to them, that's why I really wanted to be a part of this. I don't normally get to come to these meetings. I do all the Zooms. I'm across the United States. But it's really exciting because every county and state are different. But as you see technology and AI like swarming this world, I feel like the downtowns, the small towns are not getting that experience and that foot traffic. So when they came to me and we just met, I was like, I want all hands on because I love Westminster. I live in Frederick. I've been in Frederick for 20 plus years. But I want to save downtowns. I want to save the small town. And so if we can introduce a little bit of love and some technology in a thoughtful manner, we can stop all of the big mega stuff that opens up those big, what do you want to call it? You know, it's the Safeways and all that stuff so that's really why I wanted to be here today to help support. So it's just a little baby step to something that could be bigger, but thoughtful and guidance. And that's why we're here with you guys
You
today.
have this system in Frederick?
The system is not in Frederick. Nope.
None of the bars in Frederick
Nope,
have it?
nope, Anchor Bar, no, Anchor, there are systems in Frederick, just not mine. I started with my company about 1.5 years ago. I normally do national sales.
Okay.
So again, it was just luck of the draw that their lead came to me and I picked it up because normally, that
They
would,
have this technology in Frederick already?
yes, they
right?
do, 100%, yep.
So I believe it's at the movie theater. They have a beer option there.
Okay.
And then
Yep.
there's also a brewery in Baltimore County, just outside of the city,
Yes.
where when I was bringing this up to a lot of people that I know, they were like, "Oh, this is just like that." The name escapes me, so I apologize, but I believe it's Hunt Valley. They're like, "Oh, it's just like this. I've done that before." So a lot of people, as Mr. Browning was referenced, have experience with this type of a system as
Yep.
well. It's more and more.
I want to switch gear a little bit. Where will the luxury lunch boxes come from?
I'll be making them. So I'll be ordering the boxes and then taking the materials and setting everything up. We'll put our logo on it, but again, everything is prepackaged, so it's a low-priority kitchen. And that's what we've discussed with the health department after
Yeah,
approval.
that was
we'll
my next
continue.
question. So you're putting together components that are prepackaged, and the health department and you have discussed going forward.
Yes.
And the health department approved?
Not a formal approval because they have to wait for the liquor
Waiting
board
for us.
approval. But they've clarified that it would be a low-priority kitchen.
Yeah, we have in writing from them that that's where
Rita.
that should line with what we're looking to do.
And jumping on another guardrail, in your operating agreement, I see, James, that you have made a loan to the LLC.
Yes, sir.
Do you intend to still be on the license when the loan is paid off?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Just as a point, our rules require everybody on a license to have a financial interest in the LLC. So I don't need to know the specifics of the monies we're talking about here, but under our rules, you probably, if you're going to be on a license, need a $5,000 financial interest in the company.
That would not be a loan. So,
Yeah, that is not a loan, right?
okay, thank you. We can make that happen.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
just for the future.
I appreciate that.
Question, gentlemen? There are no questions at this time. You have some character witnesses, I believe. If they would come forward, they can go to the microphone in the aisleway there, or they can come up here and take her seat. State your name and address for the record as you testify, please. Who you know, what do you know, good, bad, or indifferent about either one of them?
Very good. My name's Catherine Haynes. Last name is Haines. I have known James and Ashley for going on 2 years now. Our kids go to school together, so we met through play dates and, you know, birthday parties, all that stuff. So she can't get rid of me though. So they're really good people. So, you know, I like to surround myself with people who have good mindsets and goals, and that's how I know Lucy too. So,
You know both?
Yes.
I take it?
yep, if it wasn't for my kids, I wouldn't have any friends.
You're testifying on behalf of both of them?
Yes.
Do you feel that either or both are proper and fit persons to hold an alcoholic beverage license in Westminster, Carroll County, Maryland?
100%. I feel that they're very responsible. I mean, just in their current jobs, you know, at the hospital, electrician, you know, the fact that they have adopted 3 boys who have troubled pasts, you know, that shows huge responsibility and caring and just genuine people.
Questions, gentlemen?
No. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next lady.
Hi there, my name's Lucy Staley, S-T-A-L-E-Y. My address is 4110 Fox Hill Road, New Windsor, Maryland. I've known the Rutinos for 3 years now. Similar to Katie, our sons were in the same class. I don't know if I'm allowed to speak on this, but the Rutinos did adopt 3 boys, and they truly have been such a blessing to those boys. It really, that alone will make me love them forever, the life that they've given them. I know, truly. I own a small business in Carroll County. I have Lucy's Little Red Wagon that's located inside of Flood Zone Brewery in Union Bridge. So I'm sorry, I'm a little nervous. I just want to say the right things. So from a business standpoint, I truly think this is a great addition to downtown Westminster. Right next to Rock Salt, you can go in, get a drink, you can, you know, but you can walk down Main Street with Cultivated moving out, with Lux there. I just really think this is a great addition to a growing downtown as far as small businesses and shopping and supporting locally goes, for sure. When I met Ashley Rutino, I will never forget, it was at her son's birthday party, and she poured me a glass of wine, and I've never met someone more passionate about wine. Not in consuming wine to have a good time, but as far as wine goes, she just genuinely loves the drink itself and just different aspects of it. I've watched her on social media travel the world just to taste wine, not to, drink to drink, but because she genuinely loves the wine. And that's what makes me think this will be such a great business, because she genuinely loves, and her husband also, of course, James, genuinely loves the drink itself and wanting to share and help you find your new favorite wine. And just, I just think it's a great idea. And she would absolutely, and James as well, be very aware of over-serving and not over-serving, and just taking that very seriously, like Katie has said, because of their jobs, because of their children, just because of who they are. I fully trust them with that.
Do you feel that either or both are fit persons to hold a alcoholic beverage license?
Yes, sir, I do.
Thank you very much.
Is your business in Flood Zone, is that the craft business or the food business?
So I'm the craft business.
Okay.
If I could, I own a property management company, Frederick, Carroll County, Washington County. But before that, I was in the serving industry I worked at Stadium Grill and Tavern in Hagerstown for 10 years alone, and that's not counting the places that I was at before. So I will say that the owners thought about doing, I don't know if you ever watch Bar Rescue, where John Taffer has that counting system to see how much alcohol is actually going out. So we had a meeting, and the owners wanted to incorporate that. None of the employees wanted to do that, because they wanted to be able to give that little extra to the people that tipped well, a little extra to the people that they knew. So I think this is a wonderful system, because it prevents that from happening and really controls the amount, especially since we are in the age of technology. I don't like it either. I wish I still had a flip phone, but it's up and coming, and it makes a lot of sense.
Do either of you have the alcohol awareness training yet? Both of you do?
We both completed that.
Okay, great.
Yes, sir.
Hi, my name is Julian Jaspert. I live at 421 McKinstry's Mill Road, Union Bridge, Maryland, 21791. I've known the Retinos for about a year now. What these two ladies had mentioned before, I don't want to go over again for the third time, but I agree with everything they said. The only thing that they didn't mention is that both James and Ashley are deeply rooted in their faith in God. We do a home church group with them once a month. So with that aspect, they're just excellent people, have full faith in what their plans are and what they're going to accomplish. A little bit of background on me. I am a co-owner of Bullocks Restaurant. We had our liquor license. It didn't go as planned and as well as we thought, so we did not renew. So we did it for a year, but we did not renew because it just wasn't working out. We weren't a bar. We were just trying to serve a little alcohol with their meal, with a fried chicken meal, with a beer and stuff like that. So anyway, I agree that they are very well people.
What's your name?
Sorry, Julian Jaspert. Jas.
Jaspert?
Yep, Jaspert.
P-E-R.
T. T as in Thomas.
You feel they're proper people to hold a liquor license in Carroll County?
Absolutely.
Questions, gentlemen? If not, thank you very much.
Thank you.
I guess that's it for... Do you have anything else you would like to tell us at this time?
Nope, we're just grateful for your time. Thank you for listening to us and considering this. We'd be really excited to invest into the Westminster downtown community if you give us a chance.
With that, evidence and testimony is closed, and I assume Spector, do you have any final comments?
I just had two questions. What are your hours going to be?
So Tuesday and Wednesday, it's gonna be 12 to 4. Thursday will be 4 to 8, and then Friday and Saturday would be 12 to 9.
How many seats do we have?
Including the bar or not?
including
Okay. It's gonna be, I think it's like 26 to 28 seats.
Okay. And then you want carry-out, be allowed to sell alcohol to go
Yes,
with your license?
but not consumers. It would be.
Right, just bottles. Okay.
I'm sorry, carry-out bottles?
Yes.
With you two having other jobs, how many hours do you think you'll be able to work in this establishment?
I'd be working all these hours.
All the hours?
So I'm going to go down I'm going to keep my nursing job. I still work at Carroll Hospital, but I would do less nursing hours and more, I would do all of these hours.
So you'll be covering all these then?
Yes, unless for some reason I have a nursing shift, then my husband will cover the others, but it will be us working. Until we know the system inside and out, we're very comfortable with the community and the relationships, and that would be a year or two down the line with somebody else coming in.
With that, gentlemen, you've heard testimony and evidence is presented. It's my understanding that you're looking for some guidance from us, which would not preclude, in my opinion, the discussion of the application for the license so that it can be, progress can be made.
Well, after hearing everything and today in this meeting, I feel that they are very, very responsible people. Not only that, but this technology is not something that's really that new. It's been around for a while. So all the kinks have been worked out. I think it would be wise for us to approve this here today. We can determine as far as ounces and how long they have to drink those ounces at a different time. But as far as approving the D license, I think that we should approve the D license personally.
Well, I agree with everything that Commissioner Harmening said. Your witnesses, your character witnesses, pretty powerful, and I think they're very sincere, and it's clear that you're a people of character and that you would make very good holders of a liquor license in Carroll County. Several times you have come before this board and presented in detail, and we appreciate that, in detail the way in which you want to go about this new business. You're asking for a Class D, and I think this does qualify as a Class D under our rules because it is different. It's a boutique type of establishment, and so I think you've met those criteria. And as has been mentioned, Commissioner Harmening and I believe that you're a people of high character and worthy of a liquor license. And I agree with the chairman that if the chairman decides that we can discuss the issue of the window of opportunity for your customers and there's other issues that we can either do it now or you can come back. But as far as the application goes, I think it's clear that that this application should be approved. I think that, as Commissioner Harmening said, the technology has been explained to us, I think, in depth, and I am pretty excited to see it work. And I think that the town of Westminster would be very grateful to have this type of business on Main Street. So, unless there's further comments from the commissioners, I'm prepared to make a motion.
Chair would adopt the motion.
Mr. Chairman, in the matter of case 6596, which is an application for a new Class D beer and wine license to be issued to Ashley and James Rotino for the use of Double Barrel LLC, I move that this board approve that application. And in the event that there's a further hearing or discussion regarding some of the questions that were raised requesting guidance, that can be done today or at a later date.
I second that.
Motion has been properly made and seconded that the application for a Class D beer and wine license, be issued to Ashley and James Rotino for the use of Double Barrel LLC, trading as Double Barrel Tasting Room, located at 73 West Main Street, Westminster, Maryland, 21157, be approved with the questions that have been raised as to operation procedures and so forth that need to be clarified, be done at a later date. Further discussion on the motion?
Yeah.
Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. So ordered. So, as you have heard, you have received preliminary approval or actual approval to proceed, and perhaps we can meet at a later date as construction continues to satisfy the questions that have been raised as to operating procedures and amounts and so on and so forth. Is that sufficient?
Sounds great. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you all very much. And we appreciate everything that you do in the community and otherwise. And thank you.
Thank you very much.
Any suggestions you might have for finalizing some of the questions, we would be glad to hear.
Sounds good. Thank you so much.
Thank you and good luck.
Nice meeting you.
God help you if you get guys like me coming in there, because you're going to have to treat me like a kid.
Shake. Ready for it.
You want to take a minute or two, anybody?
Yeah.
We're going to take a 5-minute break. Board of Commissioners is now back in session.
What's a regular drink, 6 ounces?
5 ounces for wine, yeah.
We are at our 11:15 appointment. Is Ms. Jennifer Yang from Copeland Spirits is here to tell us about some proposed state legislation. Ms. Yang, you want to go ahead and proceed and tell us what you're talking about or what you're thinking?
Sure thing. Is this on or which is?
You're on.
I'm on? Oh,
Yes,
good.
ma'am.
Good morning. Thank you for making the time to see me. I apologize, I could not be in attendance last month. I was away on vacation, but I did watch the video, so I did hear comments, and I tried to factor that in for today's presentation. So I think Keith has sent to you guys a little PowerPoint presentation. I'm trying to kind of walk everybody through the different topics. I put this together. This is basically the other document that I have, but I kind of simplified a little bit because I realized that I might have been very clear in the original documentation. So I'm here kind of on behalf of several craft beverage producers in Carroll County, and I wanted to brief all of you about some legislative changes that are going on in Annapolis that the delegates are looking at. So slide 2 is just our agenda. There are 2 separate topics. One about food at distilleries and the Class L. So I want to separate them out. We'll talk about them separately. There's 2 different bills, so they're not all one and together. And I'll give a little bit of background, and there's some proposed language last that I saw also in these slides, if you want to read the legalese behind all this stuff and everything. So the next slide. Introduction of topics. As I said, the delegation is currently considering a couple of different changes. And one, as I mentioned, is to serve food. The idea is it's to revise. We currently have a distillery on-premise permit that the county, you guys govern and issue. And we would like that to be revised to include be able to sell and serve food and non-alcoholic beverages. I'll admit, I do currently sell non-alcoholic beverages, but I guess it's not technically written in to do that. And then the separate item, the second item is the Class L, which is a permit or license to allow Maryland craft beverage manufacturers, brewery, distillery, winery, to sell other products made by other Maryland breweries, distilleries, wineries, cideries.
So that's throughout the whole state, not just Carroll County?
There is both. There's a statewide push, and then there are each counties, some of the counties are doing their own in case the state one doesn't pass. I'll go through that in more
Okay.
detail. They're parallel tracking this a little bit.
Okay.
All right, so the first one, food. What I provided here was a little timeline, some history about this. This topic actually came before the commissioners in 2024, in September 2024, to talk about this topic. And part of that was because I had learned that Frederick delegation in 2024 passed a bunch of laws for their breweries and distilleries. One of them was to add food to this on-premise permit. And I came before, and I'm still learning this whole process. So back then, I had no idea what the next steps were. The advice I got was meet the delegation, talk to them. It took about a year for me to finally figure out who to talk to and reach out to them and talk to them. So that brought us to the end of 2025, and I had a discussion with delegates Tomlinson and Rose, and I learned that they were on the Frederick delegation, so they were very familiar with this topic. And they said, yeah, sure, we'd support that. We're not looking to become a restaurant or all that kind of stuff. We just want to provide a more well-rounded customer experience. And quite frankly, people are drinking spirits, and we would like to be able to legally be able to cut some cheese and some meat and put it in front of them and say, here, you buy this from us, and everything. And of course, we have to follow all the health department rules, license, and so forth on that. And so November, I chatted with them, and that's when I reached out to Keith again to bring this topic back to light, and here we are today. If you go to the next slide, basically, what you see here is there was already written into law about having a on-site consumption permit, right? We have that right now, and it's really the orange text there is really the line is to authorize selling of food. And so I've talked to the delegates, they are on board with this. I wanted to brief all of you on this to see your thoughts, but this is the first topic that they're going to probably, they haven't filed anything yet. Tomorrow's the deadline, so after today's meeting, I have to brief them on how this went. But they're planning to file this one. I'll take a
Tomorrow.
pause here. Any questions?
Plan to file tomorrow.
I think so. I asked Chris, he goes, Thursday, Friday is the deadline, and so,
Yeah,
you
okay.
know, so yeah. I will pause here, take questions about this topic.
What type of foods were you looking at, like charcuterie boards and?
It could be almost anything, you know, what the Frederick law has, they didn't restrict anything there. Anything we want to do would be privy to the health department saying you have their, right, the permits and everything. Charcuterie, some dips, you know, we're not really allowed to do much until we actually build a kitchen. And, you know, most distilleries don't really have a facility to do a kitchen. So at the least some of the cold items like that. Be able to serve a slice of cake, right? You know, I wanted us to have some dessert options, but I technically can't cut a cake and serve a slice. They have to be boxed up and sell as retail kind of thing. So we currently sell some food, but it's very hodgepodge, you know, and everything. And so things along those lines, yes.
I know when I've been in your establishment, you've often had someone in there, another truck that was supplying food. So what's the advantage for you guys to do it versus having an on-site truck?
Flexibility and dependability. We can't always get a truck, and quite frankly, we're not always busy for food. So a truck isn't going to want to hang out if they only
Right.
sell 5 items, 10 items, right?
Exactly, right.
Yeah, and so that's why we used to have food trucks, we first opened Thursday, Fridays, and Saturdays. And we shifted it to just Friday and Saturdays. Then we shifted to only for special events, where we can promote something big.
Yeah.
And that would drive business for the food trucks. I feel bad if they're there all day and they only make $100.
It's hard to tell how busy you're
Yes,
going to be.
it is really hard. And for us, it's just, and we're on Main Street, so a lot of people are just passing through to dinner, from dinner. They're not looking for necessarily a big thing. But we do have events that we do some bigger things, and we would like the flexibility to be able to kind of have some more control over that experience. But it really is just going to augment what we currently offer.
Okay.
Yeah.
You're looking to add a kitchen?
So we actually have a space for a kitchen. When we spec'd out our distillery, we actually have a back area that has plans to be a kitchen. Right now, we call it a prep kitchen. There's 3 compartment sinks, there's a hand sink, and there's a space where a hood could go if we choose to do that. But right now, that's not the main plan. It's just, so if we wanted to, we can build out a kitchen. Patapsco Distillery, I spoke with Scott and Dana about this. They're out of town. They're moving their daughter right now, so they can't be up with us today, but they're obviously also for this too. They also want to be able to kind of offer meats and cheeses and other little nashes for their customers as part of their experience there too.
So the definition of food is quite open-ended.
Yes.
And other jurisdictions allow this to their?
Frederick does this right now.
Just Frederick?
Just Frederick right now that I know of. This is a topic that a lot of the counties hasn't bubbled up yet because a lot of the distilleries don't have a facility to even do food or care to do food. So I know that Frederick has been doing this. We're doing it. We've been talking to some of the other counties too, but they have other issues they're tackling as a higher priority.
Thermont has a big winery up there that, and distillery that does food, and they attract a lot of people from Carroll County, actually, that go up there because they do that.
And you're here on behalf of not just Covalent, but some other distilleries and manufacturers?
I'm here on behalf of all the distilleries in Carroll County.
Okay.
All 2 of us.
So you've obviously have talked to others?
Yes, I have.
Scott and Dana, you've talked to
Yes,
them,
yeah.
and they're, yeah.
I spoke to them last year about this too, and they were all for it as well, so, yeah.
I'm just, I'm in full support. I'm wondering what would be the reasons not to support this legislation? I'm trying to think of a reason. I haven't thought of any. Has anybody heard any reasons why the law was written the way it was initially?
No.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. So that's the first one. The second one is a newer topic and probably will stir up some more discussion. So The next topic is the Class L license, or I don't know what makes a license or what makes a permit, but license or permit. This is a topic that is being brought before statewide. So if the state passes it, then it's moot for Carroll County, it's a statewide thing. However, several counties are also putting forth their own in case the state one doesn't get passed. This one, so this is the one where a Class L will permit a manufacturer license holder. So a Maryland brewery, distillery, winery, cidery has to be a manufacturer license holder to be able to sell products for consumption that is made by another Maryland alcohol manufacturer. So if something like this would pass and we bought the Class L license, I could sell a little bit of wine from Serpent Ridge. I can sell a little bit of wine from Old Western Winery. I can sell beer from Brewery Fire. I can sell beer from 1623. The idea is, with the industry, as we all know, there's lots of stats out there, but the industry is shrinking. We've seen a lot of consolidation and contraction in the industry, in breweries, distilleries, and wineries here in the state. And those who care most about craft alcohol manufacturing are those of us who are in the industry. And so we want to have an opportunity to be able to help promote our colleagues and help them get some more visibility about their products, and perhaps encourage folks to visit those establishments, bring people into our area and try these products. So there's definitely a little bit of a tourism increased possibility and promotion of other Maryland-made products to really kind of help the industry as a whole. And when I talk all four sectors of that industry, to do that. But this is one of the reasons why it's a big push for this, is because we are seeing some decline, and it is a little nerve-wracking for some of us to see some of our friends close their breweries suddenly, or distilleries closing after being around for 10 years, or things like that.
And you're not distracted from this preventing you from selling your product?
No, it's not. No, it would be, this would be, for me, I mean, I guess it depends on your business model, right? For me, my goal is to sell my products and my bottles to go. The way this is written, this is just for on-site consumption, like have a glass of wine, not sell bottles to go. So I want my business to do all my production, because ultimately we're manufacturers, right? We look like a bar, feel like a bar, but we are manufacturers. For me, I'm about pushing bottles and getting our product known. And so us helping some of our colleagues do the same thing is a good thing for the industry as a whole. And it does improve the customer experience. Once again, we do get people who don't come to us because their spouse doesn't drink spirits, they only drink wine or beer, so they don't come to us at all. Even though we do make some cocktails that are really pleasing to wine drinkers and beer drinkers, but they don't even come into us at all. Or we get private event requests and they don't come to us because they want something more than just the spirits and everything. And so it actually helps us a little bit in terms of having a little bit something else to offer for those customers. Like I said, it helps promote Maryland products, helps the industry as a whole. It could actually increase, I mean, if my friends down in St. Michael's wants to have our stuff there, and then people go, oh my God, that's so cool, we should go to Westminster, check it out. Yes, please come up here and check out how wonderful Carroll County is. That's kind of what we're trying to do, some cross-promotion around the state. And this is one of those laws that, so Allegheny County already does this. They passed it in 2024.
Allegheny County?
Allegheny County did, as
Pennsylvania or Maryland?
Maryland. Pennsylvania does this already statewide. So for us being where we are, competing with some of the establishments, other places, Pennsylvania already does this, Allegheny does this. Frederick County is actively pushing also this session for their county. St. Mary's County has already come out and said they're supporting this, they're pushing one for their county. Montgomery's considering it, and so we have Carroll here. So it also, this is why this is coming up at the time it is today. And that's kind of, so there is a little bit of precedence for this one, but once again, I said we're trying to also look out for the other producers in the state too, and also help boost, honestly, to help boost my, people coming through my tasting room as well. I would love that.
That's my question. And we've kind of talked about it on the periphery, but this new legislation would help your bottom line?
Of course it will. And we literally have customers walk in because they wait for a table at Liquid Library, they're full, so they always come to our place to hang out beforehand. We've literally had customers walk in, see our menu, they go, you don't have any beer and wine? No, and they walk out. They
Okay.
won't even give us a chance. So I've counted since the last several months, at least 10, 20. Each weekend, at least one couple will do that, and they're like, ugh. And they think it's our fault for not having beer or wine, right? And they get all like, and I'm like, no, you don't understand. We're legally not allowed to, but they don't stick around long enough to hear that part. But, and so I always feel bad about that because, I want all our customers to walk in, to walk out with a very positive image of us.
Well, that to me is persuasive, that it helps your business.
It does.
I understand the altruistic issue as well, to helping other manufacturers. But narrowing down on you and a distillery licensee, it just helps your bottom line.
It helps all of us. The Class L applies to all craft beverage producers. So I've talked to Patapsco. They are obviously on board with this. Serpent Ridge is on board. Brewery Fire is also on board. Nobody I've talked to is not on board. You have to opt in, but there's another fee to pay to do this license. So it's not like it just happens. So they may not opt in right away. To do cocktails, you're going to have to probably get a health department license if you want to mix drinks, which a winery brewery may decide it's not for them. That's fine. But it gives the option for it. But yes, for me, when I say expands offerings for a better customer experience, that means it helps my business and it helps other businesses who choose to opt in for this.
What kind of license do you have now?
So I guess we technically don't have a license under Carroll County. We have a permit, right?
A permit.
Yes.
No, you have a state license.
Yeah, so I have.
What is the fee for the state license?
It's $1,000 to be a manufacturer, and then I have my wholesale part of it, which I think is another $500. My off-premise permit, another $250. I pay the county $500 for my on-premise
Okay.
for that. So we pay
So
over
your permit is
$2,000
$500 for Carroll County?
for Carroll County, but in order to get that one, I had to be a manufacturer, which is $1,000, and then other things too. So yes.
Yeah, I was just curious as to, because there's this proposed legislation has a license fee of $250, and I was just
Yes.
trying to compare.
It'd be an add-on. So I would assume I'd have to have my on-premise, I would have to have my on-premise permit with the county for $500. And then you add this on to that.
That'd be 250, yeah.
No? Yes?
This is a new class that we're talking about here.
Yes.
And it would be part of the county law, it'd be added to county law, so it's a new class of license. And I think that this would be in addition to the state manufacturer's license, is the way I'm looking at it.
Yeah, and I would assume it's in addition to my on-premise
I don't-
permit.
I don't know about that.
No?
Mr. Dixon, do you have a thought on that?
Well, we can probably ask that, I don't know then.
How many permits do we have?
2.
This could be a permit. I don't know what makes a license versus a permit, right? So,
The proposed legislation, it makes it a new Class L license.
right,
Right now, the state law allows you to have a permit,
yes,
which you have through the county.
yes.
This board office, issues a permit. But I'm just trying to figure out, I think that this may be replacing that, but,
Could this be a permanence of I don't know. If, for the statewide one, it's a license they're pushing, right? For the county level one, I don't know if there's,
well, this is county level.
yes,
that we
right.
have.
I don't know if there's flexibility to have them change it to as a permit versus a license. I don't really know what makes one what over the
So
other.
the permit she has is not a license.
Right, it's a.
So
we
this would
permit it.
be, right, but this would be a license, so
Yes.
wouldn't she be required to both fees?
Well, it could be a permit too, because it says permit or license.
I propose a permit or license.
Where's the permit language at, Keith? I'm looking for it.
I'm just reading on her PowerPoint. I didn't.
Oh,
They didn't mention a permit.
I'm reading the bill. So the way I'm taking it, and I might be wrong, it looks like that we're proposing a new Carroll County class of license, Class L. Frederick has one similar, they call it a Class D, DS, or something like that. So that, I'm just trying to see how all this interacts together. But I think you have to have the state manufacturer's
Yes.
license in order for,
Yes.
if this goes through, Carroll County, this board could now issue a Class L. And the fee for that is $250 on this legislation.
Yes, and you have to have a manufacturer's license, right?
But you have to have the state
Right.
that's how I'm reading it.
Yes, yes. So therefore, i.e., you had to be a Maryland brewery, distillery, winery, cidery.
Yeah, state, yeah, you have to have
level,
the
yeah.
state, yes. That's how I see it.
George, everything in this first sentence refers as permit, 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 permit.
I'm looking at the law that was.
That's a draft. The law is a draft. We can always change it to whatever
This is what I'm
wording we
Looking
want.
at the
It's all,
bill.
it's all license, 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 license.
What makes a permit, license a license?
I think this is what
Actually, it's
Keith sent us.
nicer if the permit gives more flexibility.
I mean, I can go back to them and say
See, again,
that
it says-
the recommendation is make it a
Yeah,
permit, not a
that's
license
But I
for
don't
the
think
county.
you need to
I'm just
have,
saying,
I
everything
don't think
here
you need to have our permit
permit.
if you get this, if they get
Is that
this.
the class L?
Because it says,
I mean, no, that's
No,
class
that's a-
one. Okay,
that's
so
a
this
kid.
yeah, these are two different things.
No, I know.
You need to have two.
I'm just saying, everything here refers to a permit.
Right,
A
yeah.
county bill refers to.
Yeah, but the
refers-
original
distillery.
class one does say that already,
This-
and it
this
has
we're
the
talking about
other
a new
thing too.
class,
Let me pull it up.
That's L.
yeah, class L. So what you're presenting, or what the delegation wants to present, are two separate bills that are all kind of like tracking in the same direction, but they address different things.
Yes, yes.
Who's the sponsor of the state bill?
I
Is it
don't know
Chris,
the answer to that one.
is it Chris Tomlinson?
No,
Is
not
it-
the state bill.
Oh, the,
No, not for the statewide bill.
Oh, not from state.
Statewide bill, I actually can't recall who is filing that one right now. I can find out real quickly. I'm blanking out, I can't think of.
So to get me straight, if the state bill passes, Carroll County doesn't need this bill.
Correct.
Is this what I?
They would drop all that. If a state bill passed, all the county bills would be dropped.
Yeah, I've seen him somewhere.
Well, the state law passes, then it supersedes this, word for word, if the language is any different, right? So,
That's what I was getting to.
yeah. And we haven't, do we have a copy of the proposed state legislation? I don't think I've s-
I have a
The one you
copy.
sent me last night?
That one was the county one. I have a copy of the state one. Let
would-
me, I'm not on Wi-Fi right now, but let me,
Mr. Samios, you want to add anything in here?
Yeah, while she's doing that, I'll start with the one thing that I can agree with, and that's the food. I'm absolutely surprised that the state put out a license for on-sale consumption and didn't require food. I think that I've always been of the opinion that if you sell alcohol, you should have to provide food to your customers, so I don't have any problem with that. As for the concept in general, a little bit of history, is all these distilleries, wineries, and breweries, you know, they're all good things, but they came to Annapolis and they say, we just want to sell our products, you know. And they start out selling their products, and then a year or 2 years later, well, we got to sell at the farm festivals and off sale, and they, you know, every year or two they keep adding privileges. And now, when you go into these places, you can't tell a difference between the winery, a brewery, and distillery, and Class Bs. Same thing, other than the food right now, but like I say, I agree with that. So I just wish that the state would put together a bill or a law that would define what they can do, what they can't do, and then if they get into it, then they know what they got. But I understand that when you go and you only sell your own products, it's hard to make a living, you know, so I don't know. I mean, I root for all these guys. I hope they all are successful, but I do worry about the incremental additions every year or two to what they can do, to the fact now, if this Class L passes, they'll be able to have more privileges than a Class B. And just for the Class B part, even though totally she'll spend more money for her licenses, the actual Carroll County part,
what is it, 1,800 now for Class B? I don't even know what it is. It's, I don't know, but whatever, it's in that range somewhere. It used to be 1,500, now it's 1,750 or something, whatever. So, I don't know, I just think there needs to be a definition of what they can do, what they can't do. Maybe this bill will do it. Also, this bill breaks up the three-tier system, which our association on a statewide basis and nationally trying to protect all the time. And the three tiers, every tier operates in their own tier, the producer, the wholesaler, and the retailer. And they don't mix those. These types of bills, they mix them all together. And then, you know, with a lot of the latest Supreme Court rulings, how you treat one segment, you got to treat everybody the same way. And next thing we'll know, we'll have, you know, Budweiser. Well, we already have it with Guinness. Guinness from England is here, and they have a restaurant down in Baltimore County. So anyhow, we'll have all these distilleries and individual bourbons and Budweisers and wineries will have their own restaurants, and you know, like they do in England or in Europe, and you know, they can just drive the small, you know, even these guys, they drive the small people out, and when you get into that, so it's just this is the kind of stuff we worry about long term. What was that? I hope the state takes a real good look at the L, because first of all, I didn't even realize that the county could have their own class license. I thought all the license classes were to be, you know, enabled by the state, and the counties would be able to use them, but I have to check on that. I don't really know, but the thing in Garrett County slipped by. And Garrett County is a small county. They had a winery or a distillery up there that wanted to do a few things, and you know, they talked their local. Nobody realized that they all looked at it as a local bill. They didn't even, you know, they didn't read it and get into the detail. So that's how Garrett County passed. I think it's Garrett. With this L license, which you guys have there as a draft, we don't even know what the final printout's going to be until they drop the bill, and we'll see the final printout, and then we have to see what the details are, if there's anything in there that we really disagree with. But in general, you know, just I hope they make it, but I think it's got to be defined what they can do, what they can't do. Once that's set, you know, we don't, you know, come back every year or two and ask for more stuff. So that's it.
I think one of our goals, in my opinion, is that we should make sure that these establishments are successful, yeah, and we don't see them going out of business. So to do that, sometimes you have to make changes to accommodate what's going on in our community. So if you go to a distillery and you go with a crowd of people, and some of those people don't drink spirits, they may drink beer or they may drink wine, they're going to go somewhere that is supplying all those. So I think, in my own personal opinion, that this is a good bill, and the food portion is absolutely a good thing to do. But I think it's important to be able to yield and make changes for these establishments so that they can stay in business.
I agree with George.
Yeah, but you know, you have to remember though, would these entities even be allowed to even start it if they came in and said they wanted to be a full Class B restaurant without more restrictions? They pretty much say, oh no, we want to just do our own stuff. And so they were given, wineries were given a lot of seed money by the state, you know, and allowed the wine festivals, and they were, look, all this stuff is good, don't get me wrong. I'm just saying, you got different classes across the board, and you got to be careful on, you know, giving one class so much more ability to do things than another class. Like I say, I haven't read this whole Class L because all I've seen is some of the rough draft. I mean, they have one of the ones that I read, they wanted the ability for a caterer to come in and bring liquor, their own liquor in and.
Pete, that's not what we got here. I just want to point out, I'm looking at it.
Yeah.
And you mentioned that, well, you want it to be narrowly tailored, and you're talking about different groups of providers of alcohol being treated the same. Manufacturer is a standalone, to me, is a standalone type of animal, under the law. There's a much bigger investment in being a manufacturer than many other types of establishments. And this proposed law is saying that the distillery or the whoever has the manufacturer's license can sell other products from other manufacturers. Doesn't sell Budweiser. It's narrowly focused on helping other manufacturing businesses.
Well, if the legislature agrees, then that's what it'll be. I'm just saying there's consequences to that, that's all. And sometimes
I think the consequences are to
for
benefit our businesses.
for these entities, it's good. Is it good for the whole business climate?
I
don't know.
Well, I can't see a bad consequence for the economy or the business climate to allow these manufacturers to be able to survive and to do well.
Ms. Yang, did you look up who the sponsors of that bill was?
I texted I'm waiting for a response. I can find the information. I'm blanking out on who.
Anyway, I thought that's what you were doing, so.
I'm waiting for a response for, I'm not sure who, let's see.
I guess one question would be, the delegate who drafted this, who sent it to us, this is the Class L?
Mm-hmm.
Did they have the benefit of looking at the statewide draft?
I do. I saw an early version of the statewide, and it looks pretty much just like that.
That's what I'm thinking.
And Allegheny, the statewide was modeled after Allegheny County's write-up.
Right, okay.
So I'm trying to figure out who is pushing the statewide.
Do they have any feeling whether the statewide is going to pass or not?
Iffy. It's not. I don't know. That's why the counties are pushing it for them.
They don't even know what committee it's going to be heard in yet, so it is iffy. They messed everything up in
Yeah,
Annapolis.
there are new committees now too, right? This might go to the GLE committee, or might still go to the other, so we actually have delegates, in the two committees it could go to, we have a delegate from District 5 in each one of those committees. So, but, yes.
Pete, I will agree with you that, I think that perhaps the proposed fee here might be out of line with all the other fees. I'm not saying it should be $250 or anything else, but I'm saying it seems like there's a discrepancy between generally what a fee is for
what it
license issued.
allows. I mean, she's paying a lot, but all those other fees are for, as you said earlier, different businesses. If you're segmenting them, the producer business and manufacturer, and then this is a completely different type of entity to their business. So it ought to be more closer to what Class Bs play. And whether it be exactly the same, I don't know, but it should be.
Oh, they are a total different entity, though. They're manufacturers. They're not just restaurants. And I don't see how this bill could hurt the small establishment. I think it can only help them.
Could help.
Well, we keep
them,
talking.
yeah, absolutely.
So I'm sorry to interrupt. I'm pretty sure, so I'm looking this up, I was pretty sure I was told that a representative from Frederick County was the one who is sponsoring the bill. I'm pretty sure on the Senate side, Senator Fulton from Frederick.
Well, I think you sent us, or somebody sent us the, was that? Yeah, you said we had the Frederick County law.
We never.
That was for the food one, so.
Okay.
Yeah, I think Folden
It has a
is,
Class DDS permit.
that was from 2024. Yeah,
That's for food.
that was for the food part. So I'm pretty sure Senator Folden, I had heard before that Frederick was spearheading this heavily. I wasn't quite sure who from Frederick. I had heard Folden's name at one point, but I was double checking. I think it is Folden who is the sponsor of the,
Is he a senator or?
he's
or
a senator.
Okay,
He is
well,
sponsoring one for the one in Frederick. I forgot who's actually playing
yeah,
the state
I
one.
think what you sent us was the House bill.
Yes.
Mr. Dixon,
Yes, sir.
we have a request from our delegation. It's my understanding. For this board to consider the local Carroll County legislation that's being proposed. Correct? And what they're asking us, if I understand right, that we keep going back and forth between the state bill and this bill. For our recommendation or our blessing or opposition to this bill, which is proposed by the Carroll County delegation. The state bill is a state bill, which basically says the same thing. So we keep talking back and forth about two different bills. As far as the chair is concerned, we need to discuss and make a decision on the Carroll County legislation, period, at this time. And let the chips fall where the chips fall on the state legislation.
I agree.
Is that appropriate?
Sounds appropriate to me.
So let's go back to this bill. You keep mentioning a fee of $250, which I think is a steal. But if I read what I've got here, under 13, Section G, the board shall adopt regulations to carry out this section and to set the annual permit fee. There's no $250 mentioned there.
You're talking about
I'm talking
this
about the bill.
distillery, Class 1 distillery bill?
This bill right here.
Okay, that's a Class
That's one I sent you guys last night. We're talking about the one I sent you last night.
That's for food. That's the food one?
That
Yeah,
includes
that's the
food.
food, that's the
That's a
food one.
food bill.
This is the one that's,
Okay.
You meant last night?
yeah, this is the one that he sent me last night.
Yeah, that one's for
Last
food.
thing, such it.
Yeah, the one last night was for food. That's a class one distillery on
The
premise
one that
thing.
had
That was for food.
$250 is the proposed.
That thing is, if that's what I got originally, that's a joke as far as I'm concerned, that whole bill.
Well, so we have two bills that the delegation wants us to look at. One has a fee set. Am I
I'm
right?
saying I'm concerned with the Carroll County legislation and not the state legislation.
Okay, well, there are two Carroll County bills.
I thought this was the final bill that's being presented.
No, there's
There
two
are
of them.
two different bills. One is a Class 1
What's the
distillery.
difference between the two bills?
Well, one bill
for
deals
food.
with food at a distillery, and one bill deals with distillery being able to serve beer, wine
And
from
it's
other.
my understanding from last year, when this was presented in '24, to kind of mirror Frederick's bill, which is food and exactly what this bill asks for. So you're asking for, basically, we're talking about three damn different bills for the same thing. What do you all want? You want to be able to sell other products, and you want to be able to sell food, right?
There are two bills, state one aside, we won't talk about the state one. There are two bills. So in the PowerPoint, I tried to delineate the two separate topics. One is to be able to sell food. That was the topic that was brought up in 2024 that Frederick passed. Frederick passed many other provisions. That's just one of the ones that we pulled out that we wanted to present to Carroll County. That's the food one. And that is the copy of the legislation you got last night. That was related to the food one. I had summarized some of that in the slides as well. Then the second one is the Class L to sell other Maryland products. So there's two separate ones.
Two separate bills we got here.
So why couldn't they both be in one bill?
They're two different parts of its,
That's a question I have.
What's not in this bill that's in that bill?
the Class L provisions.
I don't care whether you call it permit, Class L, A, B, C, or D. But what benefits you the most? This bill or just to sell food?
That bill is to sell
This
food.
bill is to sell food. This bill is to sell other products from manufacturers.
So there's two bills because
You
part
know
of it,
what's gonna happen? The next thing we're gonna have is what Pete said. We don't have a license for a bar in Carroll County, which was never intended, and half of the things that we got now were never intended. And this is exactly what happens. You come in, you get a license for this, well, I think maybe I need to do this, and this, and this, and this. Do you want this bill, or you want this bill?
Well, both of them.
She wants both.
Both of them. But I still don't understand
What
why
the
you
hell does
couldn't
this
have
bill
both in
do
one
that
bill.
those bills don't, that bill don't?
I'll tell you.
One is food.
This bill, Class 1 distillery.
Sells food and creates a different license.
no,
The other one is selling other people's products.
Okay.
This
This
is
one-
selling food and other people's products.
This
It
one
doesn't
is,
say that in there, though.
no, it does not. This is Class L. This is creating a new class for Carroll County that allows,
And that's similar to the state bill.
I don't know, I haven't seen the state bill.
yes, it's similar to state bill. The one that was emailed out last night has no mention of selling other people's products.
Right.
It is just about food. The reason why
it
they were
right here.
separate topics is because we already have a on-premise permit for distilleries. We're just adding a clause to say you can sell food and alcoholic drinks. A Class L was a whole different beast, so they're separate. Now, could they have been combined in the Class L? The Class L impacts wineries and breweries and other manufacturers. The food one was just for distilleries, so that is why they're slightly different. Now, could this all be written into one bill? They probably could have written all in one bill.
That is my thought.
Yeah, mine too.
I thought this could have been legally done in one bill.
I'm asking.
One
But
bill.
but it's parsed out in two different bills, and that's the way that our delegation has approached it.
Yes.
Okay, so now we're asked to consider what they did, not what we wanted them to do. This is what they did. One bill is for food, for distillery, and one bill is for a manufacturer to sell other manufacturers' products.
Right.
That's it. It's that simple.
They thought
different-
it'd be easier for two, because they're two different
bills.
audiences, I know.
It'd be easier if they were combined.
Jennifer, let me have a question. On the other manufacturers' products, are you talking about any products? I mean, can you sell Gordon's Gin or
No, it's only Maryland-made.
it's only Maryland-made products?
Yes. Our goal is to promote Maryland. And help our colleagues out, since we are seeing a contraction in the industry.
Here's what the language says. The licensee authorize license holder for on-premise consumption to sell beer, wine, liquor produced by the holder or another holder of a manufacturer's license. That cuts out Budweiser, that cuts out Coors. You have to have a manufacturer's license.
Well, Budweiser has a manufacturer license. It
States.
doesn't say state manufacturer license. That's what, you add that wording state one after I talk to you.
I will, we'll clarify that.
It should
Yes.
say
That
state.
needs to have this state.
Who gave Budweiser a manufacturer's license?
I don't know, who,
Well, then how do you know they have one?
because they manufacture beer. They-
Yeah,
they-
in their state.
Any state, they have multiple locations, but it doesn't say state.
It
So-
should say state.
Should say state.
So, I have feedback back to them, and I
That's what he
think,
just read.
I think there's also sections we don't see, because I know they do, there's sections where they
Didn't say it in
define.
there.
Okay.
I think
mean,
there are
it-
sections where they
it
define
needs to
what
say
manufacturer is.
Maryland or state.
Yes.
Well, in the alcoholic beverage definition of manufacturer would be a state license.
Yeah, so I think there are other sections. I'll
So it
confirm.
doesn't have to say state if the
Yes.
definition of manufacturer in our code is holding a state license.
So I think I learned that too. I was reading other parts of the law, I'm like, it was defined elsewhere. A manufacturer must have an M1 or M2, all that other different classes.
So they can
Yes.
sift it through and nobody will.
But I will
know.
clarify this with,
That's
the
exactly
delegation.
why they got two.
So the delegates are just wanting to know whether the board here, it would be for this, right?
Yeah.
But not specifically for this kind of wording. I mean, they could change.
I will send you feedback back to them,
Otherwise, you know.
but yes, they wanted just a briefing to,
So the idea of this, myself, I would be for the idea of this. I don't know Mr. Barnhart, but I think this would help the smaller establishments.
I agree to the premise of both of these bills. I'm not real happy about the $250 fee. I think that's out of line with what our other licensees pay.
I would agree with Mr. Barnhart.
But that's only in one bill. In the other bill, regarding the food, it says that the board sets the fee.
Well, I think for the food one, the idea is that it's just added to our current on-premise.
Exactly.
So obviously, I hope that fee doesn't go up that much, since we pay $500 for that one already, just to be able to
Well, so-
sell some meats and cheeses and slices of cake or stuff like that. But, so that's our hope, is that it's all part of our on-premise permit that we have here.
Well, like Commissioner Harmening said, we want to see our businesses and licensees succeed while upholding the principles of public safety and things of that nature. And I think that this goes toward doing that. Manufacturers have a big investment. And as you had mentioned earlier and alluded to, the market is changing. There's consolidation, and it's also, I think, it's shrinking.
It is.
Yeah,
It is.
it is.
It's shrink, we see it's shrinking, it's consolidating, it's contracting. I think a lot of times laws come up to change because the environment changes, right? We see economic factors change, we see things change, and therefore we ask for different things because we see our landscape change.
Yeah.
And therefore it's our request. So I had heard anecdotally that early on when distilleries want to come on board, there was a lot of pushback about what we can and can't do. And I think some of the things that we, like the food part of it, wasn't allowed, was part of the result of some of that pushback early on. But we all know it's better for everybody if there's some food available, so.
And to state for the record, I think that the one bill should say you're able to sell beer, wine, liquor produced by the holder or another holder of a manufacturer license in the state of Maryland.
Yeah, I wrote a note here, I already gave them that feedback, but like I said, I think earlier somewhere else in the full part of that section of the law, I think manufacturer is defined as you must have this kind of license, this kind of license, this kind of license, which are all Maryland state licenses. So there were I read through the Class 1 distillery license last night, and it says the same thing. It says manufacturer. So I think the word manufacturer is defined elsewhere.
You always go to the front of the book and look
Yeah.
at the definitions to make sure that you know what you're looking at later on in the book.
Yeah, so I'll give that feedback back to the delegation.
Guinness has a Maryland manufacturer license.
In the state.
Yeah.
Yes, but the intent is a Maryland manufacturer selling Maryland manufactured products. So no Budweiser, no Tito's, no things like that, no.
There's plenty of other ones too, if just people know about it.
The
Scotty's, you can have Scotty.
comments that both of my colleagues have made, I agree with. We need to support local business and so on and so forth.
Thank you.
My question simply is this. This board is notified late spring, early summer of any pending legislation as far as alcohol in Carroll County is concerned, that the delegation has a hearing. And that's been several months ago, which gives the public an opportunity to express their opinions as we present that legislative request to our delegation. Bills have to be filed by the 12th. What's today?
11th.
When was that meeting, Keith? November?
We didn't go to it.
We didn't go to it because we had nothing. Now, were the delegation aware of this might be something possible then? Or did it just come up on the whim of the last few weeks?
I don't think it was available to them then.
I
think
don't
they knew about it.
think this was
We've been
high on
going
their
back, talking about this since 2024, George.
Yeah, I understand that, but I think they just brought it up to Chris Tomlinson recently.
Maybe the pathway to getting these bills before the legislature was different than what we're used to.
The statewide bill was introduced. We were made aware of that early.
The statewide was.
So I just got a message back, Jared Solomon in the House, Don Guile in the Senate. Folden is the one who's supporting the bill for within Frederick County, so that's that one. So Jared Solomon and Don Guile. I think, so I do recognize, and I do apologize the way the timing of this had occurred. We've all would have had, wish had a little more time. The food one I know we brought up a while ago. I'm still learning this process, and I think I honestly wasn't able to really get some real good FaceTime and have a discussion with some of the delegates until towards the end of last calendar year, and then it became a very quick process. So I do apologize for that. I know this is probably not the most ideal way to kind of rush this through. But this, I don't think this was on their radar in the spring as a county level.
Yeah, I don't think it was.
list,
Probably
yeah.
would, a way to have done that is for us to put it on their radar, and maybe we failed in that, or, I don't recall this being something that we have discussed as, let's do this. Because usually it's, the board feels a need for legislation and discusses it and then presents it. And then, as Chairman said, there are hearings where we get some public feedback, and that's the pathway that wasn't taken this time, but you don't need to apologize for it.
And I will learn more about, I think, after our my last meeting here, the guidance I got was to meet with the delegates and get their input and buy-in. It just took me a year to actually get that done. So, the next time, if anything comes up, well, I'll be better about the process itself, so.
Did you go to a public hearing anywhere?
I did not.
Did not, okay.
With that, you have anything else?
No, I do not have any other questions or thoughts.
Any other questions, gentlemen?
I took notes down of some of your concerns or questions. I will call.
I don't have any other questions.
What about the sampling? Do we want, it says, provide a sample of beer, wine, and liquor.
At no.
Which
at no
one?
Cost, yes.
That was the one, the Class L.
Class L?
Yes.
Yeah, I have a question for them about that one, too. So.
It was that supplies at no cost, just somebody sampling it to see if they want to buy it.
So I asked them I asked them to add the word may, so,
I remember that,
so that I don't have to give out a free sample, although a free sample can be, I'm not sure how volume
I don't
it
know
would
what the
be.
difference is.
That happens at a lot of
It does,
establishments.
it does. So
I
I-
mean, that's,
My guess is they wrote this in there so that if you wanted to give a little sample,
Yes.
you're allowed to, so before they buy a whole thing. That's probably, you don't have to charge for that. That's my guess is what the intent of this, but I don't want to make it sound like I have to do it at no cost. Does that make sense?
I'm okay with that thought of yours.
yeah. I am
That
too.
it's may, depending on the manufacturer.
Yeah.
However, I mean, I've never known anyone not to give samples, but.
Right, yes, correct, yeah. So I will, that's a question I have for the delegation as well. I saw them on Monday and I gave them some feedback already.
Disability stuff.
Oh, yeah, right. Yeah, you're right. Anyhow, for my part, I'm in support of the legislation. I would like to have seen maybe one bill and maybe a hearing, but in case anyone asks, I, for one, am 103, support it. Both bills.
I am also in support of both bills with maybe a little tweaking of the wordage of the state of Maryland manufacturer.
Just to make Keith happy, I agree with that.
You both have made comments, and I'll ask Mr. Dixon this. You've heard from my two colleagues. I haven't said anything yet, but my question is this. Do we, as a board, go on record as supporting these bills? They've said individually, I'm asking as the chair.
Just take a vote.
I'll make a motion.
Somebody make a motion.
I'll make a motion. I make a motion to support both bills with the changes that we recommended.
I would second that, but I wouldn't make it mandatory they make the changes we recommend.
I agree.
That we support both bills with our endorsement of a change if they decide to make the change as we have discussed and recommended. If that's the motion, then of course
That's the motion.
that's the motion, then I will second the motion. And the two bills that we're discussing, just to be clear for the record.
They don't have a number yet, because they haven't
No,
been.
but one bill is entitled, and these are proposed legislation, one bill is entitled Carroll County Alcoholic Beverages Class L License. The other bill is Carroll County Alcoholic Beverages Class 1 Distillery On-Premises Consumption Permit. Those are the two bills that this board is considering. Proposed legislation. And I second the motion of Commissioner Harmoning.
Further discussion on the motion? One question. In that motion, do we want to in any way indicate that perhaps it would be one consolidated bill?
Yeah, we think yeah.
I would say in
recommended
that
that.
motion, as a done to the motion, that it was our preference that this happened under one bill.
Under
but
one bill. We recommend that, but we.
It wasn't presented to us as one bill.
Right, wasn't presented as one bill.
So you want to restate the motion?
Yeah, I'll make a motion that we would prefer it to be one bill, but we'll still support both these bills, the Class L license and the Class 1 distillery on premise. That's the motion to support it, and we recommend that you put it in one bill.
But you're asking,
No.
one bill's a license, one bill's a permit. You can't combine, you can't be a license permit. It has to be either a permit or a license.
Yeah, no, no, I think what the motion should be is that we would have preferred it
We prefer it
to
under.
be one bill.
Right.
That's the sense of this board, is that it could have been one bill.
Okay.
But we're not making that the motion, that it be one bill.
Okay.
We are approving these two, we're approving this
As they
proposed
are.
legislation.
But we would prefer one bill.
With the motion being made, properly seconded, is there any further discussion on the bill? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no, so ordered. Good luck. Get your bills paid.
Thank you very much.
What are you doing here? You should be gone.
If this passes, I'll be back before the board for my Class L.
You got work to do.
I do what to do. Thank you so very much. Thank you, thank you.
Thank you for the time and effort that you made in this.
Okay, we're done with that. Covalent Spirits. My next item is blank, which means we will return at 2 o'clock.
Good luck, Jack.
and gentlemen, we will call this afternoon meeting of the Board of License Commissioners of Carroll County to order. At this time, I would ask Mr. Dixon, our attorney, to call case 6598, please.
All right, case 6598, an application for a new Class C beer, wine, and liquor license for a golf club to be issued to Clarinda and Rafiqul Islam for the use of River Downs, Inc., trading as River Downs Golf Club, 1900 River Downs Drive, Finksburg, Maryland, 21048, in Election District 4. In the file of this matter, we have the following documents: bylaws of River Downs, Inc., additional character references. Hearing notice was posted for this case January 23rd and 30th. There's a February 2nd, 2026 letter from Kai Rattels with the Revenue Specialist, one liquor license transfer with the Comptroller of Maryland. The Comptroller of Maryland has no need to hold the transfer of the alcoholic beverage license as all taxes have been paid. There is a response to a request from Bethany Henderson from Lisa Staley, Health Department. And the box is checked. This establishment does not meet the requirements of this office. See the attached memorandum. Signed, Lisa Staley, Director. There is a response to Bethany Henderson's request of various state and local agencies from Anastasia Yabelyanova, Zoning Administrator. And the box is checked. This establishment does not meet the requirements of this office. See attached memorandum. There is a response from Belinda Gassell, Collections Office, and the box is checked. The above referenced establishment does meet the requirements of this office. Signed, Belinda Gassell, Collections Manager. Then there is an application, and the application includes character references, MVA records, proof of residency, naturalization certificate, CGIS information, floor plan, plot plan, menu, asset purchase agreement, corporate information, and workers' comp insurance. I would ask that the file be entered into evidence.
We'll accept that as evidence. This time, I would ask all those who intend to testify, please stand, raise your right hands, and be sworn in by Ms. Bethany.
Do you swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you are about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
May be seated. This time, I would ask all those who testify, the first time that they testify, please state your full name, spell your name, and give your address, please, for the record. With that, who is going to present the application?
Clarinda Islam, C-L-A-R-I-N-D-A, Islam, I-S-L-A-M, 13224 Long Necker Road, Glendon, Maryland, 21136.
Thank you. You may proceed. Tell us what you want to do or planning to do or
Okay.
whatever.
So this application is to support the restaurant that is located within the clubhouse of the River Downs Golf Club. The restaurant will be operating once the clubhouse, the golf course opens. Our intended opening date for the driving range is March 1st, and then the rest of the golf course is sometime in July 2026. And we'll be operating it as a driving range, golf club, and with the associated clubhouse with the restaurant and the bar.
You have two different opening dates there. I assume the difference being there's work needs to be done on the golf course, is that correct?
Correct, sir. So the greens needs to be grown. So we can open the driving range starting in March because that environment is pretty much ready to go. However, the rest of the golf course, the greens have to be grown. So we do have to wait till the grass grows.
So the course won't be playable for several months then, as you just mentioned.
Right, yeah.
Now, you mentioned, you say you have the restaurant in the clubhouse. How large is the clubhouse?
All in all, the entire clubhouse, it has 2 floors. It's about
3,000.
about 3,000 square feet. But the restaurant itself takes up about 2,200 square feet.
And has the restaurant, does it exist at this time, or has it been changed over the years, or?
It exists at this time. It has not been changed structurally or anything added to it or taken away.
How big is the kitchen portion?
About 800 square feet.
You intend on keeping the restaurant as it is now, going
Yes.
forward?
Yes.
And the golf club is open to the public?
Correct.
How large will the seating area be in the number of seats at the restaurant?
Seating area will be including the patio that we included in the layout, is about 60 seats with about 2,000 square feet.
And where's the entrance to the restaurant? You come in the main entrance to the building?
You go into the main entrance to the clubhouse, and then a short foyer and the entrance to the restaurant.
Can you come in from the other side of the building?
In the back side, facing towards the practice green, yes, you can.
And I assume you have a copy of the menu in the application?
Yes.
Are you asking for a license that allows alcohol consumption on the golf course?
Yes.
So this is restaurant and golf course?
With the golf cart, yes. I'm sorry, the beverage cart.
Okay.
Will a restaurant be open different hours than the golf course?
No. Well, sorry. So we do have our off-season hours. So the driving range will be open, for example, starting around 8 a.m., but the restaurant itself doesn't open until 11.
And what time will the restaurant close at night?
8 p.m.
So it'll be open from 11 to 8?
Mhm.
And you will have the ability to serve 2 full course, 2 dinners, breakfast, or lunch and dinner?
Mhm.
Breakfast?
We will do that perhaps during the busy season, but as a grab-and-go type of thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Do either of you have any experience in the restaurant business and/or golf course?
Restaurant, but not owning as a server and a worker.
How about experience selling alcoholic beverages to the public?
As a server.
As a server?
Yep,
At
actually in golf course events. I used to work the summer events at, when we had a lot more of the PGA events over at Congressional and TPC Avenel.
You used to work
A
at
long
those 2
time ago.
courses?
Huh?
You worked at those 2 courses?
I worked directly for Congressional, yes, and then I also worked for an event company that did the concessions during the major events.
And do you intend to spend a lot of time when the course opens, you personally being there?
Yes. I'm the half that will be there.
Or will both of you be there all the time?
Yes, well, I will be there more in the restaurant clubhouse. He will be outside in the greens, fairways.
Are you both golfers?
Very badly, but yes.
So you're going to make that course easier, I hope.
Well, there's only a certain bit that we can do. However, we are designing what we're calling a junior course for some of that. We do have some folks that used to, the high school, Liberty High
Yeah.
School used to practice there. And we did have a request from some of our starting in their golfing journey. Is there a way to have an easier course? So we worked with a trainer that's been working there for years to come up with a shortened 9-hole course. We're calling it the junior course.
Yeah. So I'm sure you're aware of the reputation of it being kind of a
Yes.
difficult shot maker type of course when it opened up.
We've driven around several times. I can see why it's not a beginner's course.
Yeah.
I myself, I don't think I can play it yet, but maybe in a couple of years.
So are either one of you alcohol certified?
I will be completing the alcohol certification, but one of the bartenders that we're considering hiring already has the certification and is current.
And you're aware that as long as the hours are that somebody has to be alcohol awareness certified?
Yes.
In order to serve alcohol?
Yes, which is why I'm completing it to ensure that we have coverage throughout all the hours that the restaurant is open.
Can you tell us your relationship, each one of you, to the, to your company? Ownership interests and position, as an officer or whatnot?
River Downs Inc. is the entity that owns the golf course. We are the only two owners. It's 50%. I act as a president and treasurer. Rafiq acts as vice president and secretary.
And do you break ties with a flip of the coin?
I think I hold an extra vote.
Ah, okay.
So how many seats did you say you were going to have in there?
60.
60 seats? Is that including the outside patio?
Correct. We have about four or five tables on the patio.
So how about without the outside patio? How many seats? Because I don't think the outside patio counts.
No, when I say patio, it's that, it's immediately as you exit the double doors, it's that patio right there. And then that's where our serving area ends. So there's about 1, 2, 3, 4 tables out there.
For the application, how many do we need here?
50.
Is it outside?
Yeah, outside the,
Outside seating does not count for overall seating.
oh, okay.
So without the outside seating, how many is in there?
2, 4, 6, 8, so 56?
56?
52, sorry, 52.
52? All right. And when will you be certified?
As early as tomorrow. It's an online class, so.
Okay, so you already took it online?
No, I will be taking it, yeah.
Okay.
Is it TIPS 360?
I am looking for, I don't recall exactly, but I specifically look for something that is compliant with the Maryland one.
Online training needs to have an in-person test.
Oh, okay,
Application?
all right.
And you said you've served alcohol before?
Yes,
So what are your policies going to be serving alcohol?
so we're going to institute a carding policy.
And what's that carding policy?
We're going to, anyone under 35, we will ask for a
Maybe it's
ID.
additional, it might be additional.
And we will not be accepting I forget what it's called, but in Maryland,
Yeah, it's
the non-regular card, the junior driver's license.
So there's a horizontal card and there's a vertical
Thank
card.
you. The vertical.
So which one are
driver's
you not,
license is
which
not
one are you
acceptable.
not going to accept?
The vertical one
Okay.
is not acceptable for ID purposes, even if the birth date is correct.
Are you familiar with the rules and regulations as outlined in the book for Carroll County?
Yes, I received, well, I have the 2020, I have the online version, actually, not the booklet. The booklet, the physical booklet I have is older, but I did receive and downloaded the one available online.
I'm sorry, I missed the discussion about how many,
Seats?
yeah, how many seats you have inside?
52.
52 seats
Okay.
inside.
If you're doing a special, make sure that you need 50 seats counting.
Yeah.
Counting.
And on the menu, who's going to be preparing the food for the people?
We have a line cook.
Okay? Line cook, all lined up?
Down to 3.
Okay.
I'm going to keep 2 because we need coverage for several hours, but yeah.
What discussions have you had with the county regarding zoning issues?
I have submitted the application for the variance on the zoning, and we are scheduled for this hearing on the 24th of this month.
Okay. So I understand that anything we do is going to be subject to the approval at that hearing
Yes,
of your conditional use.
yes.
And did that golf course have that conditional use approved prior to your purchase?
They did not have an existing license when we purchased it.
Well, okay.
There.
Yeah.
So my name is Rafiqul Islam, Rafiqul, last name Islam, Islam. So the previous owner did operate a license, but I think they let it expired by the time we purchased the property.
Okay, that's, all right, I thought so too. So, but at one time, the conditional use that you're seeking was
Approved.
applied to that property
That's correct.
back in the day.
That's correct.
How many people do you anticipate having employed?
So right now, to start the season, we have 2 line cooks, 3 servers, I don't know how many 4 groundskeepers, and then we will be hiring seasonal workers starting when we anticipate to open about July.
So
So
for
the
your
full-
servers and your bartenders, do you have a policy, written policy for them as far as alcohol?
Yes.
You do have that? Did you bring it with you?
Oh, sorry, actually, it is in our
Do we care?
HACCP. No, actually, no, it's not included in our
Sign it.
HACCP.
Witnessing. I mean, do we really care?
It's our food safety plan.
You have a food safety plan, but not an alcohol
Yeah,
plan?
not an alcohol plan.
So who's going to do the alcohol training for the servers and the bartenders?
Once I get the certification,
is,
I will be doing the training. And then I will have
Certified
another
activity
certified
owners.
bartender who will also be a trainer.
I think they testify under oath to this. It's okay. Yeah. Owners of the property. Tell us who owns the property. Do you, as individuals, own the property, or does the company own the property? Who owns the property?
The
Company.
company owns the property. River Downs, Inc.
And you're each 50/50 shareholders. And on your application on page 10, regarding the ownership of the property and permission for the board to inspect for various things, you have signed it both as owners, but it wasn't witnessed. And if you just state under oath that you authorize the State of Maryland Comptroller, its deputies, inspectors, or clerks of the Board of License Commissioners or Carroll County to inspect, I think we can do away with having your signatures witnessed, which is on our forms. That's just a kind of a formality. Do you agree to that? Do you agree to
Yes.
allow?
Yes, we agree, yes.
Yes.
Okay. keeps spreading. Have you had discussions with the health department about what you're doing presently?
We did our initial inspection. She had some findings. We have completed it, and I'm due to reschedule her for the reinspection.
That'd be the final inspection? Is that what we're talking about?
Yeah, well, I'm to schedule the final
Needs to be,
inspection.
it's scheduled, but, okay.
Is something not past the first inspection?
She had some findings, yeah, she had some findings for the restaurant.
She did have some findings?
Yes.
What were they?
Clean the light covers, fix a ceiling portion that had some peeling paint, and caulking.
Okay.
How long has that course been dormant?
Our best estimate is about a year.
Have you had any contact with the neighborhood?
Yes.
Are they happy that you're
They all seem to be, yes.
They're very
opening it up
happy.
again?
Yes, we actually had a couple of the neighbors willing to sign off on as character references. Unfortunately, they couldn't come today, but
We had an open house just to inform the neighborhood that, you know, we are here and we plan to run this as a community course. And we had an overwhelming response. We were estimating maybe 50 people show up, and we had probably 150 over the time stop by just to say hello. So I think we got very positive response, and that's very encouraging.
So ownership in River Downs Development does not automatically make you a member of the club. It's separate, right?
That's correct.
yes,
yeah.
correct, yes.
But we're trying to make it easy for them because ultimately the goal is to make it a community course, so we want to make it easy for them. Yeah.
Okay. And what is the concern of the zoning administrator? Why you need a conditional permit or use?
The current zoning, if we're going by the strict zoning, it does not allow for, there needs to be a variance for the clubhouse to have a restaurant in it.
Restaurant, okay, that's.
It's the
that's what I-
restaurant portion, yeah.
Okay.
You said that restaurant will be open to the public, not just the,
Correct.
okay.
You don't have to play golf to eat there.
Do you anticipate holding events, golfing events there? Is that something you look forward to doing?
Yes.
Well, you know, we both come from biotechnology, both are scientists by training. So we are already planning for some tournament for the scientists.
Some of your colleagues, huh?
Yes, and some also, hopefully some fundraising for some of the rare diseases. Those are the ones that doesn't get enough attention, so
Very
we'd
good.
love to do that, yeah.
Okay.
You say you expect to have 4 groundskeepers?
At least
Initially,
initially.
right now we have 2 full-time. Once we, you know, as the season comes in, I think we're gonna ground crew, that will be my area more. And we're anticipating about 10 to 12 folks.
Do
as
you
a-
have a green superintendent?
We have on a consultancy basis right now. Yes.
But you don't intend to have a full-time green
Yes,
superintendent?
we do. We do plan to have full-time. It's just that, you know, the requirement for the course is slightly different when you are renovating versus maintaining. So I think we are keeping consultant group for renovating part, and once we kind of, toward the end of renovating, we're gonna bring in full-time the people who are more expertise in the area of maintaining it.
How about your pro shop? Do you intend to have a pro, PGA pro?
We already have one person associated and then another trainer that we are talking to. So we will have multiple PGA Pro trainer.
You're gonna have a Class A pro?
I believe he is Class A Pro, and excuse me, I'm not familiar with the grade level. We know that he is a PGA Pro. Yes,
Is he a teaching pro?
teaching. Yeah.
When you renovate the greens, are you changing the grass?
No, we'll stay with the band grass, but it's it's amazing. Being a scientist, I like to do a lot of research, so we reach out to a lot of newer varieties of band grass that gonna be much more maybe tolerant to diseases
That's
and
the most durable that you
more
have in-
durable. So we have good short list of it.
Some of those greens didn't get full sunlight, I don't think.
Yeah, they
Right.
don't
Is that my
actually in
memory?
that area, yeah, because there are a lot of trees around, so yes. Especially the 18th is, you have trees
Very
around it, so we'll get the variety a little more shade tolerant. But also one of the plan includes mixing the two, so we're still evaluating and see if which route we go.
Which is the front and the back? Is 18 on the back 9?
Yeah, 18th is the
Par
back.
5?
Is 18 a 5? I think it's a 4.
Is it from the back through the woods?
Yeah,
Yes,
through
it's
those,
through the
that's
woods.
right, yeah, that's through
The old
those.
ba-
is the-
That's the old back 9, that's the reason I
Oh,
asked.
they did flip
That's
it
right.
back in the day,
Yeah,
yeah.
they flipped
Yeah.
it one time, I just wondered what it was now.
Yeah, I think, what the course probably more than us, yeah, with the histories that they did, flip it, yeah.
Did you ever hear the story that when they were building that course, the tunnels were too small for the golf courts?
It's still a little small. For our utility vehicles,
Yeah.
it's a little small, but, some of the golf carts that we looked at, we need more powerful golf cart, and when we look for those little bit raised one, it won't go through. So we had to actually go through quite a bit of trial and error to figure out the right one. But we found the right one is the Yamaha. We are going with the gas, just because it gives you a
Yamaha
little
gas?
power. Yeah, a little more power, a little bit. It has the fuel injection more like a car, so it has a good takeoff. So this make it safe.
Okay, good.
How many of those buildings where the old-style bank barn is are part of the golf course?
One, you mean one of those barn? This is
Yeah.
one barn there that we use as a mechanic shop
Right,
with the silo.
right. How many of the buildings, that property is attached to that? Are there any of those buildings part of the golf course?
Only the barn itself, yeah, but there is no other building in that.
Well, there is another piece on another part of the golf course, which is what we call the pump house,
Yeah.
located near the,
It's more like a
14th,
shed, yeah.
which operates the pump for the irrigation system.
You said you were gonna have a beverage cart
Mhm.
that's gonna drive around the course.
Mhm.
So the owner of the land, is it River Downs Land Owners LLC?
Yeah, I
think
think
it's the
that's
previous.
either the previous owner or the one before. I'm not entirely sure, but
Okay,
we are River Downs, Inc.
so I thought.
Yeah.
Maybe the tax record I saw in there, maybe.
It's the SSTAT record, they hadn't updated yet. I just pulled the most recent one.
Okay. How many character witnesses did you bring today to the hearing?
2.
Are you expecting anyone else to show up?
the menu that you have in here, this is your proposed menu,
Yes.
so it's kind of a limited menu. It's not a full-service restaurant.
Yes.
Now, when you have outings, most of them have lunches or breakfasts or dinners or whatever the case might be.
Mhm.
Do you plan to cater them or do them yourself?
We plan to offer to do them ourselves, although depending on the
Depending on what they want?
outfit, yeah, whatever, you know, sometimes they have preferred, so.
I'm sorry, can I say that one more time? I'm sorry.
Do you have a business plan as for the number of rounds that are played per year that you need to have to be profitable?
We do have a business plan that with some projections, yes.
You said that you were a server. Where were you a server before?
At Congressional Country Club.
Okay, you did
Well,
tell me.
among others, and then
Yeah, you did
during
tell us that.
university, it was a standard restaurant.
All right, thanks.
So where is the, our requirement of 3 character witnesses? Is that on the application and the rules? Or is it a requirement?
Well, we changed that.
At the hearing? Yeah, no, we,
I think that was changed.
Thought we changed that.
I thought we changed it to 3, but
3 at the hearing.
at the hearing, yeah.
I thought it was in the application, the rules of the application.
Yeah, I was looking at the application, but I didn't see the one that, I didn't see it in their application, but
The checklist, I think it's on the checklist of.
I definitely missed it.
It'll be on the first page.
To show up. This sheet here.
Oh.
Form that we filled out. We can-
The problem is, depending where they got the application from, and I might not have been on.
That's what I'm wondering.
Web,
Yeah.
yeah.
But I don't think it's in our rules, is it?
No, because they want to see that rules book until after they get the license. So it won't be in that rules book. It's on the application, somewhere on the it should be on the instructions for the application.
We have the checklist, we don't have.
third person here?
Paying attention.
I can tell you that they've called me multiple
Spoke with Bethany to confirm what the clarification that. We do have 3, but we could act as a character reference for each other. That's why we're
Your both
counting.
names on the license. You can't, is it both your names on the license?
Yes.
They can't ask, I don't, unless the board decides, can they be character reference for each other? But the license names is on the license, I would say.
No,
I don't think that works.
I think we might have accepted at one time, I'm not sure.
I don't remember
It might-
accepting.
I don't remember for it.
I don't ever remember accepting.
No, we
that.
never,
When the name, now, if one of them was not on the license.
Yeah, we've accepted spouses.
Then we've done that way
Oh,
before.
Yeah, if they weren't on the
My
license.
apology, the plan, when we were planning on doing this, that's why I got clarification last week. My understanding was that we could act as a character reference for each other, and then 2 additional ones that could act for also as references for both of us.
Okay. So just to be clear, on the application that we have in our file, there's no information about the number of character witnesses that this board requires at a hearing that you could see.
It's not on this checklist, no.
Maybe it wasn't,
We did provide the list of 10.
oh, yeah, and that's a separate issue. We're talking about live
Yeah. Sorry, we
hearings.
are not,
Oh, right.
aware
This
of
is-
that, yeah.
So somewhere, I was originally under the impression I needed 1 live character witness. When I called for clarification, Bethany did inform me, it should be 3, so that's why I started lining up people. But I was also informed that we could act as each other's.
I understand,
character reference, so.
and we have let spouses and brothers and sisters be a character witness for the licensee applicant. I don't know if we've ever done it where both are on the license,
Okay.
kind of like crossbreeding.
I don't think we have.
They never have.
Yeah.
Can you get anybody here? Like 10, 15 minutes?
$25 up for a year.
It used to be that they had to have 20 character witnesses in the file.
Is it
Yeah,
better
written-
than
written
get me
change
off the
that to
license
10.
and I can
Right.
ride myself?
We required 3 at the same time.
We did, we did, you're right, and that's why I asked the question, but
Could
I'm just wondering how they would have notice of that.
If I may ask, is it an option for her to be on the license for now, and then I can add myself later on with additional witness?
Mr. Chairman?
What is,
He wants to know if they can bring an additional witness later to satisfy the 3-witness requirement, to proceed with the hearing.
It's on page 5 of the application instructions. Applicants are required 3 character witnesses. Is it on page 5, Tim?
All there is a checklist here. There's nothing.
There's instructions to fill out the application.
I don't see those here.
Can I
Okay,
ask,
then,
He
then,
wants to know
okay.
if we can
Does the
proceed,
person
and
need
then
to be
we'll
over
just provide
21?
an extra witness next month
Well,
or something.
can
how
I,
old?
she's
I
19.
think he was talking about.
She was fine.
And can she,
himself
so
off.
then
mean,
can
you
I
can ask
just
the
add
board.
her to my list now?
That's what I thought he said.
said something about, that's all I called about license.
Were you talking about taking yourself off the license?
Yes, I mean, if it is one of the option, we have already announced for the March 1st opening. I was just thinking, if she's on the license, we start with that, and then I add myself with bring additional.
Later
Could
on.
be, is it an option?
But if you
Yes.
do that, it's a whole nother application, whole nother $500, whole nother hearing.
We've already advertised
Okay.
both of you as the applicants for today's hearing.
I think I can get someone
Okay.
Good.
in 15 minutes.
Sure.
She's over 18, but she's under 21. Is that okay?
She's an adult.
She's an
She's an
adult.
adult,
And
yeah.
I would need to add her again to my list.
That's fine. At least.
She's a Carroll County
Do you
resident.
want to go out and call her so she
May I
knows?
be excused just to call
we-
her?
can
She
we
might
get
not see
short,
my text right away.
Let's take a 5-minute break or whatever is necessary. Okay, we're now back in session. Are there any other questions of the applicants at this time before we ask for character witnesses?
I have no other questions.
I don't either.
Well, we could begin. If you would call your first character witness, and they can come right up here at the table. Ma'am, please state your name and spell your last name and give your address for the record, please.
Violetta Lotuaco. Last name spelled Lotuaco. And what was the next?
Your address.
Address is 17204 Hughes Road, Poolesville, Maryland, 20837.
How long have you known the young lady first?
I have known both couple for more than 5 years. I have represented them in many commercial transactions in this particular Carroll County area. Being a realtor, I was part of the transaction process when they acquired River Downs. In addition, I have known them as the founder of a pharmaceutical company. It's serving the pharmaceutical industry. They are both successful entrepreneurs, very good leaders, globally recognized, and really committed to many programs that support science and technology and the community as a whole.
Do you feel that each of them individually are fit and proper person to hold an alcoholic beverage license in Carroll County in the state of Maryland?
I believe so. During the planning of the revitalization of the golf course and planning for bringing back this golf course to become a community destination, I became part of that planning process. They engaged me, and I believe that a lot of the plans that are being in place right now to operate the clubhouse, the golf course, and the event center are all very strong plans to be able for them to manage having the liquor license to become part of the overall program for operating the clubhouse and the event center. Yes, they are very strong leaders in their own field. They demonstrate a lot of support to communities under those leaderships, and I think this is one aspect of the golf course that will enhance the delivery of services for the players, for the members of the community, as well as the guests and visitors that will be coming to enjoy the many benefits that the golf course and the clubhouse, as well as the event center, can provide.
So you believe that they will maintain a fidelity to the rules and regulations of this board as licensee holders?
Yes, in fact, one of the major focus during the planning stage of the reopening or revitalization of the club, the event center, and the golf course is truly to make them aware, and they are aware of all of the compliance that are needed in order for them to be able to operate this clubhouse, in addition to that bar service where they would need this light. And this is the reason why they're here, to actually make sure that this becomes part of their planning process and all the codes, regulations, compliance that they need to comply to. That is part of the whole planning process, and they are very much aware of that, being a leader.
Thank you very much, ma'am. We appreciate your testimony. please?
Good afternoon. My name is Rafael Jonathan de Guzman, Rafael Jonathan Deguzman, 3265 Mills Pond Drive, Port Republic, Maryland, 20676.
And how, excuse me, how long have you known the licensees?
Clorinda is my sister, so I've known her all of my life, and
Now, before you go any further, if you know anything bad you want to say about her, now's the time to do it, because she can't rebut it.
I might take advantage of that. And I've known Rafiq for about 15 years.
Do you feel that both or either are responsible people to hold a alcoholic beverage license in Carroll County, Maryland?
Yes, I do. I strongly believe that they are very responsible people, and they hold themselves to the highest standards.
I have no questions.
Questions? No questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
My third person is coming. Emma should be here shortly. It's Emma Stafford. She is currently one of our servers, general all-around person at River Downs.
Do you have any idea, filling time now, do you have any idea what green fee might be when you open? Have you discussed that at all, or is it too early yet?
I think we're gonna be around the low 50s, but we're all looking for input and feedback. It looks like in the Facebook group, I think they were doing maybe 58 last year or the year before, so we're gonna be around that range. At least initially, we're gonna do significant improvement, and I think at some point we might have to raise them.
That's pretty reasonable for 18 holes of golf.
I think so, yeah. And for, in the driving range, you're putting top tracer, bringing some technology, making some investment in terms of racing, making it easy. It's not, we won't be obviously able to, change the full topography of the course, but there are a few things definitely we can do, like cart path and making it safe, and making it a little easier to play, so I'm not frustrated. I have my one round with our trainer, and it just it's not an easy one to play. Before we moved to Maryland, we were in Lincoln, Nebraska, and the grounds are pretty flat over there, so you got used to it. We don't have this kind of hills.
It's putt-putt golf in Lincoln.
Do you say you have a consultant? Has they recommended any architectural changes to the way the holes are and so forth? For instance, that first hole there is not a very appropriate golf hole, in my opinion. It never has been.
Are we talking about the original first hole,
Yeah,
or
the current.
first hole?
Well,
It is a bit of a monster hole.
I haven't been there for years, and I go by there, but they switched to nines and so on and so forth. I'm quite familiar with Piney Branch Golf Course. I served for president for 3 years over there.
Okay.
We're just now in the midst of a total
Renovation,
$2 million renovations to the sand traps and the greens. And
Well, they're almost done.
Yeah.
well, the weather's held them up here a couple of days, but they'll be done time to open.
Actually, we it seems that they posted in their website those renovation they're doing, so we did a good review of that to just get some ideas.
What can we do
Yeah.
like that?
Yeah, so we got, and again, maybe going to my research and scientist role, we listened to a lot of different ideas. It was nice to see the whole range of ideas, all the way from $500,000 to you could easily go
Sure.
8-10 million. We are starting a little modest, want to get the course up and running.
Wanna
It's just
crawl
nice to
before
see
you walk.
people. Sorry.
You want to crawl before you walk.
Yeah, that's right. But it's good to hear all the ideas, and we took good notes. And I think We have some long-term plan to make some changes, but I think our goal is to first, make it a decent course, for the community. It's good to see people coming and instead of just leaving it empty. But we got a lot of good ideas. I think we're gonna start small, but also our background with automation, we're looking at quite a bit of an automation to manage the course. Yeah, we'd love to, you were involved with Piney Branch. We'd love to have you come over and give us some feedback, maybe after we do some of the renovation.
It's quite qualified for consulting purposes.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Just let me know, she'll be here in 4 minutes.
That will be, let's see. Piney Branch, 99.9% is in Baltimore County, but part of the 18th Green and a sliver of the 18th Fairway and the Cart Barn is in Carroll County.
Oh, that's interesting.
And
So,
then, of course, we have River Downs. We've got, what is it, Westminster National, Bear Creek, Shalidon, and by heavens, don't forget Western Maryland.
so how does it work with Piney Branch? If they need some permit or something, they have to do both Baltimore and Carroll, or?
Well,
Far enough away, they probably just do it.
I think it's pretty much Baltimore County.
Sorry, I want to excuse on behalf of her. She's here, so we appreciate your patience and waiting on that.
She's gonna say her name anyways.
While we're waiting, just speaking of rules and regulation, I just wanted to mention that we've been, so we work with FDA a lot, That's one of the reasons actually we moved to Maryland. I mean, my wife, she grew up here, and that's another reason, but for job purpose too. We were in Lincoln and Arizona, and then decided to move closer with our consultancy business to be closer to FDA. So both of us are very familiar. She's worked in golf course and liquor. My background probably worked in, restaurant-wise, it's mostly fast food when I was a student. But we're very familiar with all the rules and regulations, especially when it comes to FDA. And I've been doing this almost now 30 years, successfully following these rules and submitting the
Compared
drafts.
to the FDA, you'll find this to be a cartoon.
That's true. Yeah. And at least, it's not as much of a gray area that we have in a drug development, so it's nice. Yeah. But this one got us 3 witnesses. I mean, I think we fell into a loophole. But, thanks for being flexible. I think we'll have the 3rd person in soon.
Golf can be a rewarding game, or it could be as frustrating can get.
I think I find it mostly rewarding. So, I started playing mostly to give company to my, clients once we, started, going out with some of our clients. I mean, I never want to beat my client. I want him to sign the contract. So it works out. It's a good conversation, I'm being told by some of at least actually more than one trainer that I swing the golf club like a cricket. So I grew up playing cricket and I can't forget that swing. But I managed to finish the course and, stay slightly behind, not ahead of my client. So as long as I can finish the course, I think I'm in good shape. Not lose more than 3 balls, maybe. So that's my criteria. So it's mostly rewarding for me, you know.
Know what you mean. They told me I swung a golf club like a baseball bat.
I remembered this the first time when the trainer was evaluating the swing. He just scratching his head pretty much like, I don't know, you have a pretty weird swing. You know? And then by the time we finished the 1 hour session, he said, now I know what that swing is. This is the cricket swing. You play cricket, right? So yeah, it is a pretty distinct swing, I guess. That's what I can say. But, you know, there is no rule for how you swing as long as you can get to the finish line. And I guess, you know, everybody make it work their own way.
Well, we wish you the best and hope it's very successful, because just laying there like it is now is
Shame.
just it's a shame. You're exactly right. Unfortunately, it's like a lot of other things. I guess people don't promote and advertise and do various things for something specialty like golf course or a tennis court or something like that. It's ironic.
Yeah.
We
No,
had-
I think, you know, I don't think we frankly plan to own a golf course. We were looking for more commercial building. We actually own old PNC building. We acquired that a couple of years ago, maybe 3 years now. And we were thinking more of an, you know, commercial real estate investment, and this one came in. She brought that opportunity to us, and you know, wanted us to take a look at it at least, you know. And once we went there, just see the clubhouse, it's pretty high up in the back. It was still, actually, first time we saw it, it was still green. Everything was pretty green, and just seeing it, we wanted to make it work. But our initial deal didn't work. Actually, it fell through, and after another 8 or 9 months later, we saw that. We went next time, 9 months later, and it was sad to see it. I mean, all the grass is gone, and you know, just the environment, no car park, nobody around, and you know, so yeah, I mean, once we see that, we kind of like, it's a shame, we have to do something about it. And I'm glad the second time was the charm, that we were able to make it work, the deal. And it just seeing the response from the community, really, that's what gave us a lot of motivation and energy, actually, to keep it going. Because some days, you know, I'm saying, oh my God, what we did, you know, what did you get ourselves into? We have enough headache from all the commercial building and the business itself on our biotech side. But I think in long run, it will be rewarding. But
Sure. Is there a homeowners association there?
Yes. Yes.
Do you have to interact with them very much?
We do. So I actually invited the board, as soon as after we acquired, I invited the board to my house. Actually, we had some good conversation. I don't think there is no, the club itself is not within the homeowners association.
Yeah.
We are not officially part of it or anything. But obviously, I think we want to be a good, not very good, very good neighbor, and want to see what is the need of that community. We did a survey in terms of, you know, what other services we could bring in to support more of the community. We have a pretty good relationship with the board, and pretty good relationship with the neighbors. So, yeah, I think they're all excited. We're already getting you know, text and everything is the March 1st is still open. We want to book for the brunch already, you know, so it's nice to see that enthusiasm, yeah. Yeah, it's, you know, I still scratch my head though, you know, I think it's a nice location, beautiful course. I mean, if you have been to clubhouse, it's a nice clubhouse. It's a little smaller side, but it's a nice, decent clubhouse. But I don't know why they were, they were struggling last previous few ownership. I guess we'll find out ourselves, but,
I thought the green fees were high there the last time that it was open,
yeah.
for the difficulty.
Yeah.
Didn't really attract mid to lower level
Okay.
players. That's my impression, but I could be wrong about that.
No, I think that's the feedback, and we looked at a lot of reviews. They're not good, actually, the reviews, and we're actually working with different provider to, restart those review period. But yeah, you're right. It's the value, actually. I mean, it's not the price. I think the way they maintained it, not to the level of somebody wants to pay. It's all relative, right? I can, if I want to play in, somewhere expensive, I can pay for it, and I want to see that level of maintenance, I guess. So. Oh, she's here. Thanks for waiting.
What are we doing now?
Calendar, if you will ask the young lady if you will stand,
You have to do the swearing.
raise your right hand and be sworn in by,
Do you swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I swear.
now, please state your full name. Sit down, sit down. Be comfortable. We're not gonna lock you up or anything, even though the jail's next door. Don't worry about that. Just state your full name and your address for the record, please.
My name is Emma Stafford. I live at 2685 Camel Court,
Westminster,
Manchester, Maryland.
how long have you known this young couple?
For a couple months since they bought River Downs.
And how do you know?
They are the owners of River Downs.
And that's how you met her?
Yep.
Or you have been employed at River Downs, or how did you meet them?
I was employed at River Downs, I think like a year ago with the previous owners, so I reached back out to them when they bought it to work there again.
See,
So they interviewed you for the job,
Yes.
and you were successful,
Mhm.
and you got hired.
Yep.
And you've interacted with our applicants here today on many occasions.
Mhm.
And you got a sense, a feel about what kind of people they are?
Yes.
Do you feel that they are a fit and proper person or people to hold a liquor license in Carroll County?
Yes, I do.
I have no further questions.
Questions?
you may not be old enough, so if you're not, have you served alcohol?
I have not.
Gentlemen, any other questions?
Could you spell your last name?
Stafford.
Okay, thank you.
We appreciate you coming in here on such short notice, and apologize for just buzzing in here. It took you longer to get down the stairs than your testimony, but we appreciate it very much, and I know they do too.
Yeah, we definitely appreciate it. Thanks, Emma.
So, thank you very much.
She's on the clock.
Gentlemen, questions? No. With that, testimony and evidence has been presented is now closed. And we will proceed to any closing comments or arguments that you might make. Do you have any final comments? We've had we've had a long discussion with your husband while you were out.
Okay,
You
then
can't visualize all the things that we talked about.
Just means my checklist just got twice as long now. But we do want to thank everyone on the board for hearing us today, considering our application. We really do look forward to serving the Finksburg community, but the overall, as well as the overall Carroll County community and surroundings in reopening River Downs and making it into the institution and the community hub that we envision it to be.
Spector, do you have any comments, closing?
Do not have any comments.
Hearing none,
Thank you very much.
testimony and evidence is closed, and now we will deliberate the application as presented and hopefully come to a conclusion. Gentlemen, comments, questions?
Mr. Barnhart, I find these applicants as very intelligent individuals. I think they'll be very competent with opening this River Downs, and I think that's going to be great for the community, and I would certainly support it.
I agree with you, Commissioner. I think it's clear that you're very professional people. And Ms. Islam, while you were gone, we learned that your husband reads rules and has, in his job, has to be very persnickety, know what he's doing, and that, of course, puts our mind at ease that these rules that we have will be something that you can just breeze right through and you'll have no problem dealing with them. You're clearly fit and qualified people to have this license. And as the chairman has said, and as Commissioner Harmoning has said, we very much appreciate the fact that you are taking on this effort to revitalize River Downs, which would be a great benefit to our community. And we think, or I speak for myself, but I think I speak for everybody, that we believe it's in good hands with you. Mr. Harmon, do you want to make the motion, or do you want me to make the motion?
I can make a motion to approve this application for a new Class C beer, wine, and liquor license for the golf club to be issued to, excuse me if I pronounce the names wrong, Clorinda and Rafiquel Islam, for the new River Downs Incorporated, trading as River Downs Golf Club. And we wish you the best of luck.
And I would add to that motion that it's conditioned on the zoning administrator granting you the variance that you're seeking. I got a feeling it's not going to be an issue, but I'll just add that to the motion. And also that any other inspections or permits that are required for you to open successfully, that they all be met. But I join Commissioner Harmoning in that motion. I second it.
Motion's been properly made and seconded that this Board of License Commissioners of Carroll County approve the application for a new Class C beer, wine, and liquor license for a golf club to be issued to Clorinda and Rafiquel Islam for the use of River Downs, Inc., trading as River Downs Golf Club at 1900 River Downs Drive in Finksburg, Maryland, 21048. Is there any other discussion on the motion?
No.
Hearing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. So ordered. Congratulations, best wishes.
Thank you very much.
And
very much.
this might be not very appropriate, but we certainly wish that River Downs is reconstituted as it has been and improved over the last few years.
That is certainly our intention to do so.
Thank you very much, and we'd love to host all of you, anytime. Thank you.
Congratulations and best wishes and good luck.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Keep that young lady busy when you get open.
She'll be very busy.
Thank you for coming in.
Yeah, thank you.
Is there anything else to come before this august body?
Thank you.
If not, we will reconvene here in this room on March the 11th at 10 a.m. Thank you all very much.